again. We return back to Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last time on the last episode, we did some investigating and some courting. And I've learned to accept losses. Sasuke, what's up? Why were you so close to my face? Oh, for goodness sake. Great start. This is it then, Mr. Naruto. It's time to put an end to this now. The miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything! No matter in small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. Appreciate your help, Mrs. Sato. Suffering Sasuke selfishly sidelined! Right. Ah! Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning, welcome student, Mr. Naruto Esquire! And to you two, chatting away happily as the main plan of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that? Why? Sasuke's voice is really hard on my voice. Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. Well, perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. Wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different about today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. No such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I'm hoping for. That's why I have my eyes shut. You're an idiot. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading to you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example. Oh yeah, sure it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I'm sure you abandoned me. I returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland. Sasuke, you're an idiot. Again. Not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway. I'm gonna set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Well, what sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Well, right then. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. Very clear message, I think. And he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Wait, long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative, the trial's about to begin. Make your way to the courtroom immediately. Well, in case 5 last time, in the last part of the first half, he was the guy on the right, but I doubt he's actually that guy again. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. When the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Sasuke-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. Keep believing in my client, and keep fighting for to the very end. That's all! Alrighty then. I'm ready to object. 23rd of February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Hello again. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense. Declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. Now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by the lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words. I feel, but let's just say, I feel especially ruthless some days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well I wonder if you could just switch my hat for me. And please, be as ruthless as you like. Simp. Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all. Look! I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. You're an idiot. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here. Lead us flock to a righteous verdict again today. You are not paying attention. Again. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please. For the court? In relation to the oops, I'm doing the wrong voice for the judge. In relation to the fury expended by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. Those are the results. Pour the wine. This is gonna go extremely poorly. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the black god and the dock. Pray allow me a moment to savor a liquid of more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, detective. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. It's indicated by the defense, we found a bastard just outside the victim's window in the snow. There's indeed a frozen reddish liquid and a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsumi brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. It's not a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. Well, the relevation. So what if I pronounced it wrong? I'm not British, as I suspected. Is it quite clear? Mr. Sasuke Natsume is blameless here. Oh, that's an immediate objection. Thanks. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction. Sir? 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 Yes, it's true. No poison was found and a few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But! What logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? Van Zeeks, that isn't how... Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks. Listen to me, buddy. River water is fresh water. Ocean water is salt water. Those two things are completely different. I'm also pronouncing Thames correctly, bud. Silence. I am being yelled at for my pronunciation. My word! The water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. I'm extremely salty right now. Eat? Exactly! That has no bearing on this case whatsoever. Unfit for drinking. Just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. How is that relevant at all? But there was the precise words from the lips of Mr. William Shakespeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. You're calling an idiot who's a gas thief and is very unreliable. Fantastic. I'm about to ruin your whole last day. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shakespeare. Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friends. Bailiff, show Mr. Shakespeare to the stand. This idiot. Mr. William Shamsphere, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh, heaven! Oh, hell! Do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamsphere, did have a bellyful of foul fluid given in mine innocence. Yes, but as revealed in yesterday's proceedings, witness is not as innocent as we perhaps first led to believe. Bars of soap such as this, he's been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and be a villain. What does that mean? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamsphere, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given. What? What? That's right, and the jurors don't forget. This man is a rotten thief. I have forgotten. Kept that all about that ice coin's a tiny secret, didn't you? Should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say, arrest him at once. Let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed. By dint of vile and godly means have I planned to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. Denied your wrongdoing. What exactly are you doing here? Cowards! Died many times before their deaths. And for cowards such as I, death be well deserved. But you are an idiot. Would it be so great a crime passive unpunished? Well, no, a high-faced gentleman of far the eastern Verona did contrive to poison me. And he's doing weird things. This man has some animations.
Objection!
There's no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. But the defense for this is an inconsistency. Will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamsphere? Verily, my liege, that would most gladly speak. And I am going to find the inconsistency in your testimony almost immediately, sir. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court by this that the poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. Which you used to make a coin, idiot. So don't forget that little detail. The tea inconsistency. Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked man miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Uh-huh. With feigning distraction in our debate, there did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. Really? Really? That's an objection right there. Really, sir? Because I have an let me give you that objection. We departed by and by, and it used that tea remained in its cup to make my coins of ice. You're an idiot if you honestly think I'm going to believe that. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour in the molds of soap. Hold this objection. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. There's no more way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite, otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. Poison bottle was found at the scene, because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. Oh great. The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. I know, it should be perfectly clear. A bar to a cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Arg! Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamsphere, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. What is your staff made of, sir? Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. You're a liar and an idiot. Well, I do declare. You two are idiots. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. I have the distinct feeling that they're not going to accept the cop on the cops like I want them to, however. So I'm gonna first press everything, see if I can add something to his testimony.
Hold it!
I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsume. Is that correct? I know thee not, old man. For to thy prayers. Do I know thee? Or know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I can know, that thy destiny mingles with mine. You left me at the first D. Some, sir, thou must learn the English tongue before thou turns thy hand to the whaling. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture. Verily, and in truth, 'twas a fine flavoured brew. To a drop of poison, they bar its sweetness, as the phone doth barb the sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth. So Mr. Shakespeare seems even better formed than he was yesterday. I don't know, or I'm in worse form. That fitted evening, after I did dine, a Grubb's Grubbery, local alehouse of good report. Not did pass my lips, but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first.
Hold it!
Saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea. To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea? Thou dost describe the actions of a fool. Quite so, quite so. But no one likes going thirsty, do they? My voice is dying, apparently. Sooner would I die quenched than the parched. Would I have the choice? Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it? Were it not for the tea, in sooth I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched. Alright, no ice creams means no heating. Some more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem. I mind the court, Mr. Shakespeare. So whether the accused drank any tea which he brought with him? With the greatest pleasure, my liege. So you're saying, in this testimony, that you guys didn't drink tea during the debate?
Hold it!
Let's sound completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget to defend this maxim, drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. With the pain I did knock the fellow's cup, its contents spilled his blood from a gaping wound. Methinks. Though certainly, 'twas after I made the coins of ice from his tea. Upset cap was found on the tea table that the victim was slumped over. There's no contradiction here. True, there was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. But still, something about this statement is troubling me. So, of course, I know what it is. It's Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? No, I'm not sure that's it. Thank you, witness. Now I'll reiterate for the court what it is that I occupied you while your guests had left and before you drink your tea.
Hold it!
Alright. Continue to hold. Yes, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact. Isn't that right? To cheat! Or to die. 'Tis life's only choice. Yes. Faith, to cheat be the wise choice. Mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse? No, I don't, and be very sure, sir. Once this trial's over, I'll not guess I'll take you to task over this legal task. I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run, nor to hide. But my lady, What was thou with this pitiful player? Oh, I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you. Starting with the shoddy shirt on your back. This time for some spit-ons. What a harsh world we live in. The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. It's not to muddy the waters of emergency. So that a warning, Council? Yes, my lord. I'm the one in trouble here. Shoves me out the VQ. I need water. You use this tea to make your coins. Is that correct? Don't you don't deny! I didn't make my choice many moons ago. You're an idiot.
Hold it!
If having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed. I mean, you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time. Once instead by literary debate, let us be found in the affairs of the mind. The debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean? And who is the stronger of the two? Apparently did I pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the abominable fellow. I don't remember debates like that when I was studying. I think that neither of you actually drank the tea was hot that evening. My lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom? Oh, great. Husband, wife, and tea. Oh, I be tepid be. Oh, yes, so very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea. You might have interpreted that wrongly. Proving that there was no poison in Sasuke-san's tea. That should be usually in our favor. The atmosphere in this courtroom today. Still, everyone is against us, Mr. Naruto. Must be the Reaper's poison. But if we don't find a significant flaw in his testimony somewhere, the jury will bound to find Mr. Natsume guilty. Really feels like we jumped into the fire here. Alright, let me think then. Ah, wait, I can object, actually. Hold this objection. And it's for a very different reason than I think he understands. See, Mr. Natsume's cup doesn't have a T ring in it. It wouldn't have a T. There would be a T ring if if there was any amount of tea remaining in the teacup. Doesn't matter where the tea would be, Mr. Shamspear. If you're saying that you used the amount of tea, quote, left in the teacup after he departed, there would be a tea ring inside Mr. Natsume's cup. In other words, you are a dirty, rotten liar. Hold this objection. You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea in the night in question, and that you used the tea that was left in his cup to make your fake coins. But that's not possible. Now that is an objection. How? Shock logic? What is this, ye dark-clad fiend? The 2 teacups from the scene. One used by the victim, and the other by the defendant. Have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrivable proof. Incontrivable? What difference? Look at the insides of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in a cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right! It's completely clean. But pray, sir, what makes us out of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday, saying he quoted, "Drink tea while it's hot." That's right, yes! The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. And now this Shamspear has realized his screw up. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, ring would have developed in the inside of his cup as well. After several hours, the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court. Get tea to a nunnery.
Objection!
As a rule, I fill my hot shots up to 7 times during any one trial. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intend into the bottles dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspear. Yes, my liege? Though you previously said that you made the coins of ice from the little tea in the accused cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Eh? Could it be that? Yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene. Oh, you seriously aren't saying that, Van Zeeks. Crush! A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician! For verily, 'tis as thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Great! Forsooth, I was mistook. They applied to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, it was empty. Just that I used to dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest. You suddenly remembered now that you'd made a mistake before? Supposed to believe that? Keep his memories are perfect, my learned friend, so I rely on evidence instead. Give me that, but in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only, and secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched his court. Fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, this testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words... Here comes the cape. Now I guess this is great by defense. Simply does not exist. No! Mean then. I don't declare it means there's no issue with the gas fees testimony. Bit about the thieving facts, obviously. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear that I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Ale House that night. Not did pass my lips, but the black tea given by the Japanese, whose back we stooped as low as death. On what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favourites. Our breakfast would be canned soup and leaf, as would be called salad. Since I bless a menu of the establishment where it was served. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment to seem fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray you, wise and noble fellows, ne'er do forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jews all, your humble servant Shamspear doth entreat you. Punish a Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! If I may speak, my lord. Yes, Mr. Foreman? I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer. Oh, great. By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know the wife there was making Coy's vice to keep himself warm. So lower lad says it's staying gas. He deserves a dose of poison, eh? The gunpowder, that's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. Victim dies. Open the eyes again. We've reached a decision this time. We won't be swayed from it. Oh, great. Time for examination 2. Decision of the jury for it. And we'll duly hear the jury's findings. What? No. You can't yet. Judgment of the jury. You will state your decision as now.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Well, time for examination 2. Declare the jury to be in one accord. Woo, happy day! What are you doing? Shakespeare, do your hips lie? How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination. Very well. The court upholds the defense's right. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. We'll therefore enter the second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you. State the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Alright, this time I'm actually going to hold up all of the jurors and make sure that I do that. Murder logically. Having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. It explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is. Doesn't come for free. Costs a fortune to deliver it. And the city maintain the pipes. Result, the team my wife says up for me is a little sketchy at times. How's that relevant? Past the victim's lips that night. There's no other explanation, is there? Alright. I'm going to question all of them. I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its suppliers influence decisions somewhat. But never mind. No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument was in his own syllables we hoped. Mr. Shamsi applies poison. There can be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamsi was actually poisoned. Only help us to demonstrate that the court incontrivably. But that's surely an impossible answer. Don't manage it though. Mr. Natsume will be found guilty. Do not delay, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Jury examination. Defenses or rebuttal.
Hold it!
Right, I'm gonna... All the evidence, you say? That's right! And there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache. This is the Englishman with the bigger mustache. Means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. I mean, we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry, the summation examination is barely started, really. So it'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light. Let's hope so. Though, we need to find some way out of this deadlock.
Hold it!
In time, we're supposed to be discussing the price of gas, madame. But really, think of the injustice. Air's a gas and air's free. Why should element gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here? Ah, yes, madame. My fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges us for gas. Precisely because of fees like this man, the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. Uncut mustache, those hunched shoulders, poison tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable. No, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'd like you not to go adding on more crimes. Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea ever. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. So I've made up it's the price of gas. Well, that was helpful.
Hold it!
Can we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I take poison over gas every time. You take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. Doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find that poison also can't light or heat up a room. Ah! You're right! I hadn't considered that at all. Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you at our company's legal rep as our company's legal representative. More business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. You're an idiot.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack on the way here in case you hadn't noticed. My company's gas. Now I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. It's really buzzing now. Well, I've heard about our wonderful fuel as explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? Explosion here, there's nothing in comparison. Explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madame. Nonetheless, any effect of your gas is deplorable. But exactly. The gas feeds aren't even the worst of our enemies. Far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madame? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madame. This is exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But they don't have any gas. How did they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? They steal our gas, you see, and sell that. Steal your gas? How is such a thing possible? Companies like our deliver gas to people so via a network of pipes. We see this reprobates. Secretly disconnect their pipes and divert their gas to their own rotten pipes. And they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes. Take our money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours, without us even knowing. Using their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. This customer has to collect the money from their meters. We always have to check whether or not one of these thieves can spin up to its tricks.
Excuse me.
Juror 3, do you have something to add? Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry, I was just thinking to myself. We catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little ride about it recently, you see? Go on. A gas worker visited my house the other day. Investigated pipe work. I need to ask you for cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir. That's what the fellow said. So I let him in. And do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He said to take one of my lights off the wall. And he grabbed the exposed part of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? Company secrets there. Oh please, everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I could tell you. What do you mean? Explain if you don't mind. As I said before, it's unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. But how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. Blowing air for the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. If you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Ah, I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these thievish scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. Blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happens, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right, the lights didn't just flicker. They went up, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster. The supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. Steaming a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe. It's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes, and then when the gas starts flowing again, it silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3. The defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, if you'd like. I don't mind. Well, I do! It's our company's secret method of identifying the folks that try to diddle us. Like I said, madam, it's widely known already. Right, well, juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. Yes, my lord. No, I'm not really sure what the point of all this is.
Hold it!
You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It happened a tiny few times now. Most troubling indeed. It's always days like this, and I don't get any wages. In tea time, see? I see her doing it. My wife. She gets in that devilish look in her face. She slipped some white butter in my cup. And you drink it anyways? That's sugar. You're an idiot. I was for the proper I was. Someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. And what happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god awful. Believe you me. Salty as hell. And I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Let's move on, please.
Hold it!
Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you change your leaning? Sorry? What's that now? Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually drink something else on the night. What's the matter with you? Sorry? Said, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Have you been listening to me at all? There's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. The editors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all. It would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose the trouble is... He has selective hearing. Exactly. Still, this juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need. Ugh, this is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is using the way in which Mr. Shamster was really poisoned. We need to prove that it happened some other way, and not via Mr. Natsumi's tea. So no, the trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Naruhodo, whether perhaps there's something you might have forgotten. Oh, like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people to react something someone else says. Meaning, I'd be more than happy to, of course. Once again, Sosuke-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. To my client, to hear any advice my assistant may be able to offer. Perhaps I'll let Suzuto-san remind me. Then again. Nope, I've already pursued once. Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's vital that we start trying to change the jurors' minds as soon as possible. I'm sure you're right. If you decide you would like your memory refreshed, you need only ask, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, so I'm gonna try... one and free, and if that doesn't work...
Objection!
Nope, that didn't work. Well, I'll just eat those. I'll eat that. Well, I'm not paying attention. Mika is barking at something.
Hold it!
Let's see if I can't get a pursue opportunity here. I feel like Miss Altmont really should be reacting to this. What is Mika barking at? Okay, well.
Hold it!
Let's press this again. Say, extinguish everything in the house. Do you mean even on different floors? Oh yes, all floors are connected to the same pipe after all. That's true for every building. These gas supply contracts are issued for whole properties. Well, I had no idea that it was possible to extinguish gas supplies simply by blowing down the pipe. That's something more like to publicize, to be honest. Carry out these investigations, as I am sure you can appreciate. Indeed, it's been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers even. Is that so? It's been mentioned to me too, very recently. Involving the gas stove going out inexplicably, almost leading to someone's death. Naruto, I think perhaps it's finally starting to fall into place. The secret link that joins all these strange occurrences. No, that's not directly. You two are completely at odds with one another, but that's not really
Objection!
a surprise. Oh, am I just throwing words at them now? Great. That's fantastic. What am I supposed to do here? I don't see what I'm supposed to do, I'll be honest. Mika! Alright, let's listen to the pursue tutorial anyways. Even though I pursued, you're talking, the archers will be listening, naturally. Most of the time, when people are speaking to themselves, not to give away more than they want to. When they're listening to others speak, they tend to be less guarded. Very true. So if you see people reacting strangely in an unguarded moment, you must pursue them to find out why. Here, take a look at this, Mr. Naruto. Here's about the recitation. The marker appears in the center of the screen. See how the archers are reacting to what's being said. Particular juror seems to be acting oddly, you can pursue him or her about it. Guard, you may be able to glean new and potentially useful information. Alright, got it. Press, and then something seems odd. Alright. I didn't hear another... I pressed everybody.
Hold it!
This is really hard. Mostly because I have no idea what the hell I'm supposed to be doing.
Hold it!
It's really strange that Miss Elmont just doesn't react to this statement at all. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna...
Objection!
fit these two together. These statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! So statement you do for counsel. Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 just said? Eh? What? Yes, of course. I heard him numbering about something or other. There's another explanation here, I believe. Something besides his pronouncing misdeed did, in fact, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check them out with the gas pipe feeding the walleye at the scene to see if there were any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering will result in this time. The mouth of a gas pipe. You don't have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. What a piece of work! Is a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? Well, speak a style. Groovy, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say deep to thee, sir. Be quite clear. Well, let me put it another way. The searching could have been in the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the ball lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came into your body. Good lord! So then gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? The sick gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry, he tried to fill his belly with gas. Perhaps no actress would perform a kissing with him. Shame, madame, speaking thy fancy. I assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I would kiss pipes.
Objection!
Yeet. This is no summation examination. This is a farce. Not stand for any more of my learned Ebony's friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp at the victim's room was high on the wall. In order to place his lips on the pipe that feeds it, he would have a contortionist. Deacettations. There's no possible proof that the man did say. It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, since he has been doing something in front of the lamp on that way on his wall. Oh yeah, and I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. We've got the jury's ear. I need to make this opportunity count. Oh, I have the evidence, alright. This is the proof that, time and time again, that Mr. Chancellor stood in front of his gas lamp, presenting 40 courts consideration. The photograph of the handprints on the wall. What the? These are, wait, where did they go? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, counsel? I've never heard of such things. The mystery is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room. Seen anything like it? I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like that, this is a great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. Engineering firms is quite fascinating. Skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamsphere also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here, on the hanging picture there, indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine saying there with your hands, well, those prints are... and you would find yourself directly in front of... Ah! I don't believe it! The gas lamp! Now, the reason why isn't immediately obvious. It's clear that Mr. Shamsphere has probably been sitting with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right! What have you been up to, you nut? The court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? Said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. Now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement. Well, me now. The worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, caused all the lights and the gas stove to go out, and gas start leaking into the rooms. So that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is... would have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room. He could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to...
Objection!
Pour? I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination. I best to explain to the defense out of disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? This carcinograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense. The so-called skin prints. Hello, Sicko Troy. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of useful evidence in this case. But it's exciting new forensic technique, developed by a great detective. It's nothing. Shatter. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes. Yes, but the court has formal evidence.
Hold it!
Hold it! Please, my lord, if I may. This is it, though? Defense intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We may wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Get wrecked, Van Zeeks! You have been utterly destroyed. Van Zeeks is like, this is not evidence. And Susie Toe immediately was like, that you're right, it isn't evidence. It's actually a tool to suggest an idea. And Van Zeeks is like, fuck. I just got got. And if the trial were to come to an end now. We should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. You're right! Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's up to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare, the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. I want to hear what that shitty actor fellow has to say about those shitty handprints. What's the matter with you two? That's foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship, it's not fair. Think of evidence. That's even. One more, please. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. The juror changes his mind. Mr. Natsumi Stride will have to continue. Thank you, Miss Suzuto. I couldn't have done it without you. This game is absolutely nonsense. I know, it's you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Look at Shamsphere right now. He is sweating goddamn bullets. Why, Mr. Shamsphere? You seem to be losing your composure. And thank you for the follow. One more step. Well, my game has decided to freeze up. One more try, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it! Very well. Continue, Council. Okay, now. Now what? We've got free... I've got freehold people to... Freehold people to make this... to make a turnabout in? Oh yeah, this lady's kind of looks like a bee. She's kind of weird. You know, this is a weird one. Mostly because I have no idea what the hell I'm supposed to do now.
Hold it!
All the others, you say? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all party to the Japanese man with the big mustache. The Englishman with the bigger mustache. Vince just demonstrated another possible explanation depends on the night in question. What do you make of that? What? Your so-called skin prints. Studying new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself. It's on the wall, are clearly out of the ordinary. Shrewsbury had he put his mouth to the gas pipe that on the night in question. Can't be denied there's a possibility that that's where the poison was. Yes, but not that is thing on my mind. Rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. Besides, yes, when the fellow has been up to some mischief at the gas fight dozens of times before, I mean he's gone up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh. Pick up your case better than that. I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You do make a very valid point, sir. But that's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, wait. You've got your chance here, haven't you? Sign to prove. Oh yeah, this dude has a katana. Don't worry about that. So time to prove your fury. Japanese courts can't, that is. Just leave your nationality out of this, please. But if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof that they can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamster really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? I have supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is a witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? This is incredible! Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in Garrett residence that night. Namely, presenting for the court's consideration, John Garrett! Well, Mr. Foreman, does that convince you? He's the man in the house. Ooh, I don't think he was listening. Oh, that's a penalty. That's a penalty? Damn it! I'll do that again with Sosuke. Ugh, thought I got away with it. This is spoke about the gas on the night in question. Someone. That's what I thought too. I obviously chose the wrong person. Garrett should have worked, damn you.
Hold it!
Yeah, this game is very racist. Alright, let's do that again, but with the right person this time. I was gonna say that to me, but I thought the game would accept that. John Garrett should have worked. He had all the evidence. Oh, whatever. I have lost so much already. Help me! Alright. No, Natsume, please.
Take that!
Be the one I need. Silly. I'm talking about the defendant. Mr. Sosuke Natsume himself. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been all a series of strange happenings at my lodgings. Even on the fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Chancellor's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed in the bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! This guy's voice has been really crackly. In question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So ask the court, was that a mere coincidence, or not? Golly! So that Shams here fell out. We went into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose? The whole horses there. What would he do that for? Look at the sham spear. The foreman. What is it, man? Judgment to be passed while this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree. There's more to this case than meets the eye. Arrgh! Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, man of logic, first and foremost. And that would be summation examination complete. Okay, so I got 4 jurors and Lorraine source not guilty. My lord, we've overturned the decision. Therefore, it's called for the trial to continue. Finger point.
Mexico, I'll be here.
Examination has concluded with the majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now called guilty. 4 jurors now called not guilty. 4. The jury's opinion now conflicted. And in accordance with the law of this land, order a continuation of this trial. Shamspear. My lord, how can this humble Shamspear serve thy humble Shamspear serve thee? Say thou, here to the response in the various revelations made during the submission examination. So God meant me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. Made a time all over the map. I explain that, eh? Yeet! I am done with this. The dignity of the great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Jury number 5. Who, me? As I went to some pains to point out already. The self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. This man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall. Remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. I'll do well to remember that. Oh.
Objection!
Prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order them out of the gas pipe feeding that lamp Mr. Shamsteer's room to be examined. There's the poison there.
Objection!
What appears to be extremely simple is my Japanese friends of mine. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have been completely evaporated by now, making it any analysis impossible. No make of that. Counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipe? Work where he lived? That is a good question. Possibility that I can think of. And that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Order! Counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? Couldn't be simpler. Now I've unraveled the mystery this far. Shakespeare wanted to end the life of... Well... The only person he really could have ended the life of is Sosuke. Mr. Garrett was a little too safe. Safe, honestly. There are 2 people in the house. House. Sosuke Natsume and John Garrideb. He doesn't really want to kill Garrideb. There's no real reason to kill Garrideb as far as I'm concerned. He has quite a good reason to kill Natsume, obviously. Because, and get this, right, here's my line of logic. The stuff is from the guy is in the room.
Take that!
So it's Sosuke Natsume, presenting for the court's it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. Just watch myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. He takes it up in no time. The landlord has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Chancellor was trying to end. Outrageous! I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Student Timmy isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim of the man this man was trying to murder. Good gracious!
Objection!
Object. The accused isn't actually grieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. But how can you still claim that? So indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. Then arises, it's who put it there. Who did put it there? The logical conclusion is that the person responsible is aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. That would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? You're an idiot who hasn't thought. Now I must ask, how could anyone know Mr. Chancellor's murderous designs? You mean it's just... Surely, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Okay, but if that's true, Van Zeeks, what you've just done is changed everything. This would change the ruling of the case almost immediately. This would no longer be murder. This would be self-defense, and this case would be thrown out. If I can prove that Shamspeare had murderous intent. In other words, Van Zeeks, you're an idiot. If I prove that, it doesn't matter if Sosuke Natsume tried to poison Shamspeare. Self-defense. Plain and simple. Now, self-defense wouldn't normally be through poison, but it kind of doesn't matter. Now, I know Sosuke didn't actually poison him. That's despite the point. Ah! Whatever Mr. William Chancellor may or may not have tried to do. Nevertheless, the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated the attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. Defense counsel is theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that the motive of the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? Yes. Arrgh! How did you manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Naruhodo, you must respond! Otherwise the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. So maybe our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Chancellor's room. The person now, and resolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean, name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but we failed to do that. Well, I have to check if I can do that. Is he in here? He sure the hell is. That's very convenient. I wasn't about to do that. About to do this, by the way. I have no doubt that Mr. Natsumi's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence. The poison. It's all pointing to a particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. What? Oh, don't you worry. You know exactly what... Objection! Hold this objection, Van Zieks. There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring the third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This fuss has gone on for so long already. I see no reason to cut it short before it's a disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest fury? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? Presenting! For the court's consideration! Ardon B. Meterman! You claim this person is the true culprit? Suspicious, I would say, yes. Perhaps, my learned Nipponese friend, you should turn those wide-eyed suspicion on yourself. What? Oh, great. Your reckless reasoning makes you far more than anyone else you could name. A very dangerous man indeed. Oh, frick me. Now I have the whole one. Murder, please. Oh, green. Let's try to be harder. Ooh, harsh. Oh, it's green, right. Okay, olive green.
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. I feel so I've heard that name in the recent past at council, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green? From 6 days ago. In a recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. This unfortunate shooter was recently, isn't that? Oh, of course, yes! It's Miss Green. She was going to us some 3 days, I believe. Because she regained consciousness 2 days ago. Apparently, in my report that Mr. Shumsmith's poisoning took place 3 days ago. The one was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time. She appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital, unconscious. In the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible. But still. Colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday. We found her in the possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison. There's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. Let's request that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. Look at Mr. Shakespeare's face. I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name. The voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here. I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friends fast through its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord. Subpoena the witness and bring her here. Oh, thank God, I'm gonna get all of my penalties back because I wasted all of them. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well. I got the request. I'm gonna be right back. I need food. Woke up early.
noodles. Ordered.
Excellent. I hope. This was made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. For some time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remains still subject to this court's attention. Thank you, consuls. Reconvene in an hour. Court is adjourned. Ay, ay, ay. To be continued. Chat, we live, though. We live. We are alive and Billy, defendant's antechamber. Joyful Jubilee Jumping Jacks! Oh boy, it's Mr. Pose again. Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you. Welcome to Mr. Narcon Esquire, and non-locum judicial assistant, Miss Nikotoba Esquires. So finally, at last, there can be proof that I'm innocent and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. Sholmes, what took you so long? Ah, Herlock Sholmes! You drink my cup of tea and fall forever silent. But the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. Please, save your division. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's nearly time for luncheon. It's written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. As I was determined that today would be the day, so I sleep this mean last night. I thought, tomorrow for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Fear the determination is to believe it all its own, is it not? Oh yes! And I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? Came to me at once. So delightfully simple. People oversleep. Because they sleep! Well, is that not enough to insight into the matter? You're an idiot. A whole ass idiot. Oh, yes. For position, I did an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink at all last night. Since by first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. Good sleep is quite simply essential. Most of us probably knew that already. Because I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Oh, one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah! Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. The managed to... It was a laborious task, and the bottle is nearly empty. But such inconvenience do not hinder Sholmes! From that it contains strychnine. So I was right. Perhaps, of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. The bottle in your care now. But licking inside the neck is not recommended. Could I have a word? Who is that, then? Wasn't we've been hearing so much about strychnine? A few Romans on the bottom of the bottle here. Look, mustn't be tempted to try it. Of course not, as long as we don't lose this trial. No, even if we lose the trial. No! You mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruto. Make your mind up, Suzuto-san. I think that's about it. This bottle's basically empty as is. That's Gregson. Gregson! How good of you to come! Forget it. Excuse me. Inspector? I, don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. Your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. Please, speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. for investigation of Mr. Shams's room. Oh, yeah, shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. It's a dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shams's room? Name of, yes, Sullen. For the archives of the art and dug up the Phil's file. Something in there that, well, caught my eye. Something caught your eye? What, Inspector, what? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you! Yoink. These documents. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder, died of causes, and was stolen by cellmate. 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Burglar Seldon. Final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. Eh? I suspect I know who Shakespeare is now, finally. The details that were in the newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamsu's room. Rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have to duplicate information. I think it's a copy of this important file, though. Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? Sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, Inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. None. Rough, maybe. I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer. That's all. Bye. Thanks. Defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. You can get into the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public alley. Well, nothing of it all. Certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. It's the best session flooded here, personally, so best of luck to you. Welcome to Mr. Darwin Esquire! It's time, isn't it? This is it. Mr. Olive Green and Mr. William Shakespeare. Be the final battle. One murderer, one attempted murderer. Won't really save this case on. So I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. It's all coming to a head now. You can go, do it, Ruskine. Bronoske. I can't say his name, apparently. 23rd February, 12:30 p.m. The old baby courtroom. I love this. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the courtroom to be in session again now. For a recess. A stunning accusation from the defense. That the victim of the case we heard only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of the incident. Reckless, rash, and treacherous charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. Over. Let's try to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhand consideration. Well, British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks, as the new witness present, I'm ready to take the stand. Ready and waiting in the witness antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in. We're gonna get both of them, aren't we? Hello, Green. Hello, Shakespeare. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shakespeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim, to be pitied. Can be unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really.
A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
It's currently unemployed, in other words. Gurite. Shumspear. My lord, I am thy humble servant. Afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. It has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking life of your fellow lodger. Plain, this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for not else, my lord. Screen.
Yes?
You are aware of the reason you've been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume?
Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady! Die to live! Verily, I know not thy prickly pigmented personage.
Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. So happens I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. The night this man was poisoned, I was still in the hospital fighting for my life.
I'm an unfortunate caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garrett household. That rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion. The things might I be suspected of. It's all very disturbing.
Yeah, just maybe that's been worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. In time, all appears to be connected with Mr. Chancery's lodging at the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why. I'd like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no. Since 6 days ago. You mean you want me to relive that awful accident?
Yes, please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspear.
But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned.
See then, witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. On the Saturday of the incident that took place on Briar Road, the evening of 17th of February. These two are idiots.
6 days ago, at about 5 p.m., I was walking along the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, I happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case had their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve of speakers, for I had bespoken my supper. The first time I'd been in the area, I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. And I submitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business.
Hold everything. Yes, a second incident inside a week, which I believe described as the haunted lodgings. Coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shakespeare.
It was the following morning when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Very what a combination did the officers alone make on the floor but mine.
Right, so no suspicion of attempted murder. There's nothing connected to these two witnesses but happenstance. True, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance. So sure, something lurking in the shadows here. Feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. So, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord? Voicing this game is really hard on me, by the way, chat.
Hold it!
I'm well acquainted with the case. Sorry you had to go through that.
It was awful. Still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. To find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident has been resolved already. It would help you to consider the debauchery done with you waking. Should be now be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
Before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. Let's tell the court exactly what happened that day, for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
Trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. Just walking along the pavement.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, Al? What do you mean? The art school you attend. What's it called? Ah, yes. It's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Mr. Shelms, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road. Or just some 10 steps away from the scene on the underground. On the underground. Now, before that, you live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking around By Road in the middle of the East End? Well, because, oh yes, of course. But it might make a nice picture. This is a student of art, city dwelling artist, all pink grand urban vistas. That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Point would have been a less grading term. Point is, she's definitely hiding something. See, she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth. Why she was there that evening. I mean, there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. Mr. Shakespeare, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago. Would you tell the court what exactly you were doing? It would be my pleasure, sire.
Hold it!
A tavern, you say? Which one? Just a Slug and Salad where I did tarry. He's a jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. Hmm? What do you mean, Lord Anziques? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not a establishment you expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. It's true, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. Expecting grub's grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your meals. Watery soup and mushy peas. Or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be? Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. The reason why you had to go to that particular establishment. Agreed. In fact, on that day of all days, he dined at a pal, at least he wouldn't normally. No. Mr. Chancellor's own actions there were slightly suspicious. Some evidence I can explain those actions. We don't have it at the moment, unfortunately. We need... See, Green has the letter. We didn't get the letter. We did, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment. Find a clue that could explain why Mr. Chancellor went there. We must present it to the court. Absolutely. That is all, Miss Matter Counsel. I would ask Miss Green to read her next statement.
Hold it!
Well, little matter, Miss Green. Please elaborate. It's nothing, really. It's not worth mentioning. Remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. Ah! It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! What's that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. From my memory, I believe the card contains a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan. Mr. Shakespeare! Mr. Shakespeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That is the question. Ah, pray forgive me. The great Bard's words springing within me with narrow thoughts. Don't tell me. It's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's word a moment ago seems to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Well, nay, sire. Just nothing at all. Suddenly you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. Those be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours. Miss Green. Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Card that was mentioned before, containing the note. Do you have it upon your person? I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. So you dispose of it. The court will take it as evidence, please. Yoink. Thank you. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shakespeare, Miss Green. See, he's seen it too, right? The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah, what is it? Read, the envelope is torn. I'm almost sure I've seen the exact same shape somewhere else. Oh, you don't mean... You're thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Exactly, that's it. Try to map them up. Go together perfectly. It's from the vanity envelope, clearly belonging with this card. Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Duncan Ross. Now, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green. Hold on, let me... I can't read this stupid thing. From the same letter, but that means something doesn't quite add up here, does it? Do. I'm gonna present the note, the note and letter this time. We now have evidence. Evidence, technically. Well, the note does say it. Mr. Shakespeare. Yes, sire? On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest! Well, this some my objection. I've sent the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day. Namely, Miss Green's card.
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shakespeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shakespeare? Well... Excuse me, can I say something? Yes, Miss Green? That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, you'd think so. Yes. It's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I? Very what, Miss Green? I'd like to make something very clear about that card. Very well done. You may amend your testimony.
include details about the peculiar note. Hold this objection. Guess what? You want to know what you two have in common? We found the torn off end of the envelope. From your side at his apartment. So hold this goddamn objection.
I forgot about it, so I boiled the water dry. I have to start over again. I never got any noodles in it. I just got
Whoops.
so focused on what I was doing. So I'm doing it now.
Whoops. Day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. Upon carrying out the instructions in the note, slept in the hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible.
If it's all true, that is. What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
It so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Where did you find that?
In Mr. Shamspeare's room. In my room. Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well, your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green.
What did I do?
As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So how's it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all.
There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it! You did what? Sorry, that was what? You broke in... that were in my room? What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Miss Green.
Yes?
Most of you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you've endured in recent events. Found to be giving false testimony in court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes, I know.
Very well then, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of the curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. I do remember now. Just a week ago, pre-adventure, that note was delivered on to me. And the day therein, I did tarry along at the southern side, yet nobody came. So after the evening, I shot the company of the Japanese fellow to say the note had vanished.
No, what you mean? You think I stuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? But I have the villain here, and as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
You received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspeare? In faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I was going to set it upon the table at my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I've not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, already it would appear that your testimony was
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying.
beg your pardon.
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. It's delivered to me at my address. Besides, don't put the lie around here is.
That's true, Miss Green. I'll explain the facts. This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamspeare's room.
See why I should explain.
Sorry?
Fledgling artist, my job here is to just say what happened. That's all. which gives explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer. Blake will do his best. Evidently, my no defense cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel, I'm ready, my lord. Yeesh. Proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses. The screen clearly did break into Mr. Chancery's room. We should know that. And that's all she's required to know. Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. Not a pretty one. Well, if you're learning, I'm completely at odds with the game.
Hold it!
And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. And when an art of literature as great as mine, no, verily, 'tis impenetrable. Yes, I lodged in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack, the choice is betwixt I knew him and I knew him not. And 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were some by some measure acquainted. Claims so, he followed the note's instructions and went to the slug and salad. That was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. Marry, not with the better of me, sire, save the little of curiosity. So it is true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to take myself to the tavern. Yet, in the end, my curiosity was not satiated.
Hold it!
So you're not waiting for an hour, nobody appeared? Well, yes, sire. 'Tis as thou sayest. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, did suddenly recall. Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all? I was not alone that night at the slug and cellar, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. Shoot my lips to an almost clear water, in mine in its premium crust of bread. There's not of me just many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sir, flies. Good lord. In the Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer's night dream, come to taunt me. You're an idiot. I think they were just flies. Not help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. That wrong to me?
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice how you gone missing? Such idle thoughts do occupy my mind. I'm busy with greater ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. This passage in your attic to the tavern, Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. It appeared that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts occupy my mind. I am busy with greater ideas. During that time, Miss Green was comatose in the hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things in Mr. Shamsier's room. Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding. Isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? Van Zeeks is unimpressed. You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the news. I'm not here to advocate for your defense, madame. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. Oh, dear me. So what are Van Zeeks getting at? It's actually delivered to Mr. Chancellor about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. Think of any way that it could have happened except for you bringing it to Mr. Chancellor's office.
Objection!
For what reason would the witness have done that? I don't deny that Miss Green's position the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Green could have only come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Chancellor's room. Yet there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. Some other reason she broke into this lying still. Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Norhato. Close now. Feel it.
Sorry about that.
This time you actually had the noodles. That torn off pieces of the envelope? I don't know anything about it.
Hold it!
So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it? Being artists, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted? Fee! The subject often readily casts aspirations about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds who harmonize with my song, the wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh pity, wherefore those accused of so pure of heart, ample woodman? What the what are you doing? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fletchling like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy! Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days, or the years, last would lighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. And he's doing this dance again. Oh, just for some clever remark. This is your chance to shine. I am no Shakespearean actor, Mrs. Zitao. So I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence. Is evidence, yes! Screen did in fact break into Mr. Chancer's room, isn't it? That's where she found this letter. Conclusion that lead me to one terrifying conclusion. Terrifying? Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. Okay, what if? What if? Okay, Green, you want a reason to have snuck into this room besides the note? I'll give you a reason. Hold this objection! No? No? Really? The photograph doesn't work? It's for the council, but I fail to see why. You know... This advocate. No. Ronosuke, what are you doing? That should not be a penalty. Oh wait, Ross lived in the other room. Right, no, that's right. I'm thinking wrong. What am I supposed to do here now? So that didn't work at all? God, I love life. Okay. Bottle of poison?
Objection.
Here. Oh, yeah, that's the objection. We saw you with this bottle. Here's your objection. Okay, so I found the objection. It was that. I should also say my line. Hold this objection. Meaning a small quantity remained. To the defense independent analysis, Trump's chemistry strat, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified. Strychnine. What? Strychnine? Was the knife to Mr. Shakespeare? Huh? Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings. One reason, and one reason alone. The undivided piece of gas lamp in Mr. Shakespeare's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room to seem incredible to the court. But for the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shakespeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green! Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie. Me! Flop. Order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord. It's not a way to explain the facts. When Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as suspected. Surely! Oops, sorry. It would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? There was significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. We're being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. Because the criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Fanzeeks? And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shakespeare's address. For activity? Ah, yes! His fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder. That's right, and as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shakespeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe, but for a very sinister reason himself, to cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby succeeding the occupants. When Natsume has been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. Circumstances, Mr. Shakespeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. Victim being in the prison cell. The need to tamper with the gas from the poison in the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right! So Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. So the accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodging for the first time in 2 days. That very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shakespeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mary! With that new understanding, it becomes clear this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? Well, we'll call that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Zeld at 5 o'clock. So we should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. Here that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green? Yes. To cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just as she smeared the poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Order! Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just Who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So that's what's behind all this. You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? Presenting for the court's consideration, Duncan Ross. Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodges at Mr. Garrett's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I heard the name somewhere else. Saw it over the papers a month ago. And the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. What does ring a vague? Ah! Of course, yes, I remember now. The man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. My lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. That is the result of Mr. Shamster blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Ugh! Ha 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 ha. Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths, that's all people care about. If it's an interesting story they want to know, it doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. Once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you? Duncan was... Miss Ross was Miss Green's fiancée. Fiancée? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along, because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry? Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extraordinary. To my understanding, that you now accuse both parties, counsel. You don't different kinds of murder. Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection!
In hitting so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lump of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. Oh great, what do you have from me now? What? Why would Mr. Shamspeare have wanted to kill these lodgers as you say? I've completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusations against the man. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I've been saying that these lies, all lies, and not every evidence. You'll have to forgive me, Mr. Narhada, sir. But I don't intend to admit anything, either. Miss Green, I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel. It's the man's room. Didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe. What was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Sorry. You're right, I suspected him. Perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Instead it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh violence! Oh villainy! Oh tyranny! Oh rotundity of woman! In any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key and look. The place is falling apart. Locks on the doors are no different. Show me once how they unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire. Oh awfulness! Oh awfulness! Oh tyranny! Oh profanity of woman! You will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, to the core what you found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted a note that I sent him lying on the floor. Get up, I know something. One of the floorboards was loose. Beneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place. Eh? We also discovered that hiding place. Inside we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah, yes. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There was something in it? Yes. This rather nice key. What are you doing with that? What the? Every ounce of color is drained from his face. Give it here! Give it to me now! It's mine, I inherited it! What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it. What's all this about? He inherited that key. It's honestly important to you since you got into such a place to hide it. So I took it. I don't know what it's for. You took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. It means you can't open something now. I don't care. Sit back this minute. Give it to me! Self-witness. Shancer has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. His motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspeare, at first. Everything we now know, I think there's actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. I'm sure I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all these events. I have the evidence. The case counsel, I must demand that you present the evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspeare's alleged crimes? Presenting, for the court's consideration, the capital offender's file. That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file? How did you get a hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, you know this, certainly. It was formerly occupied by Selden, until that is, accuser Scotland Yard was involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden was behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The sum £1,000 worth of loot that he stole, which as of yet remains to be found. Ah, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. It's written in this file here. £1,000 lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. The particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. Ah, you mean this key is... Mr. Shamster, it was you, wasn't it? You were the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? This is a false charge, I tell you. A false charge! The name of the inmate who was with Selden on his death isn't noted in this file. So we'll telegram to the prison where he died. It would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot! So it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, Shamsu's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediate for Mr. Gandalf's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. Although a retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice. Selden's old room had already been lent to someone else, Mr. Duncan Roth. By Mr. Shamster's subsequent device, this gas police plot to kill the occupant of the room. Successfully, presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Sosuke Natsume, defendant of this case no less, decided to use the play with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamsphere? This time to ask Mr. Natsume. One simple, avaricious reason. Your hands on the £1,000 of the loot. I'd been a dead convict. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop us getting their mitts on it. It's in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. I stay one step ahead. mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare. It's mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Mr. Shamspeare? It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? I've changed his voice as now he's gone into Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs mode. After all, you don't have any shred of it. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Plus, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me. For the time being, anyway. Rarely, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. He's guilty through and through. Seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. But however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruto. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No! He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. So all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. So at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. Where is the final piece in this complex puzzle? I think we might have it in our possession already. Rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. My lord! Yes, Consul? The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. We already have in possession of something that could give us a clue to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Oh! I see where this is going. Very well done, Consul. Let the court hear our idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hull? Presenting! For the court's consideration, the gas meter.
Take that!
This is my proposal, my lord. Good gracious! We can use that, can we?
Objection!
No, that didn't work. I have another idea. Stop wasting the court's time with this senseless rubbish. Somebody please, friend. Yeah, that didn't work. It's better. Found one secret hiding place during the course of our investigations, Mr. Naruto. Though someone else beat us to it. Findings in the method we use are still in the court record, however, aren't they? I believe it's worth proposing the same. Oh! The photo! The skin print photo. Right. Okay. The handprints on the wall photo.
Take that!
That one. Okay, take that photo. Mistaken. Those are Mr. Shamsu's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. Investigations at the scene. Mr. Shams. Detective. Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with a ridiculous title? I don't recognize a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. Compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. This unlock Shams himself! What are you doing here, great detective? You usual haunts on the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? It's been too long. I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. Mr. Shams! That's no longer his extent. Well, not to say something like that, in any case. Holmes. You may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large. Does not give you the right to come in and go in my courtroom as you see fit. My lord, method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already. Clues, you say? Skin prints, my lord. Every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. With by which we are able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. Sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary! My Sholmes' voice. So now, Mr. Narhado. Ah, yes? Use a sample to make the indicator solution this time. Thank you for your offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Sosie-san's room. He was able to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take? It's literally on her person, right in this situation. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. On my word, Mr. Naruto, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution? Olive Green!
Take that!
Miss Green! Me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? A key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room when he used to rent. The pursuit is on! Your chance here has one break to another, I assure you. The late convict's soul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings. I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. Ugh. So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No! Get the key to me! You shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No! No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt! Well... Oh, shameful spear! Despair! Be thy name! Get wrecked. The man exploded. Get obliterated, you stupid idiot. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So you had time to find a convict's haul, stolen goods? Yeah, after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. He really had a lot to put up with. But he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Well, Mr. Natsume, an unfortunate timing. Then 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, he's going to try your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
Supply my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. Supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason.
That's no joke.
Say it's the convict's curse!
Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
That's important to you. I'll start looking for a new place.
Room's at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I better not. It said we wait until we graduate before we told our parents, remember?
That's the last time we ever spoke. On that very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen. I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. Instead, all I've been left with this bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. Some looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. The road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him, some watery looking soup, and started to pick up a quarrel with the publishing.
That place is cursed, I tell you! Cursed! That convict who used to live there. He's trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas, I can hardly breathe. Pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like, I'm the problem! That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered. A rumor I heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? Ah, you mean...
Yes, everyone's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air with no pipework.
That's when it started. Flickered down in the back of my mind. It just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? It wouldn't leave me alone. Plagued me day and night. So I bought this. I went into black markets on the East End. Black market? I've never been. Just heard people talk about them. You really can't buy anything you can think of there. Some ways being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. Find out one way or another. Death an accident, or was it murder?
And you chose the method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Sphere person on the gas pipe, you select the man of tampering with, and wait. It was innocent, nothing would come of it. What you done? But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected. William Shakespeare. Brought him this little note. Of information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anyone else about this letter at a meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough so that he'd be sure to go. See if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shumsphere followed the instructions to the letter.
Up where the gas pipe was, straight away. It smeared a good amount of poison I bought all around the mouth of the pipe. And all the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done. And that was just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done. Get his just desserts! Damn. This case is messed up.
Three days ago. When you were first stood in the dock before me, it seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. Certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we would subsequently found lurking behind the scenes. It's been a long road, my Nibonese friend. Oh, yes. And one I certainly didn't envision walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green.
Yes, my lord?
You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom. As punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shumsphere.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shumsphere, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood. The subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Sosuke Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, yes?
Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from
ruining your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle.
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Who would have thought that Miss Green was the person? Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green.
Oh,
I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Chancery didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Yes, my lord? The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I will call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. Full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty. Court is adjourned. February, 3:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, yes, yes, at last. Divine justice to be done! Divine justice. My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache.
Some say that luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
Welcome to it, Mr. Narco Esquire. Once again, you've saved me from doom. I have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. It's on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days.
acquainted with and gained affection for English literature, both in our great homeland empire. By a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Sure as I might never find my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
Ah, but a week ago now. I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not?
You did, and I've seen more of life in this week than I had all my years to date. For the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog.
My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it.
Wherever one goes and well.
Humans are human. There are a few genuine differences.
Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that. I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. Maybe see, whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live.
Well said. I've come to feel the same way.
This guy is really one of my favorite NPCs in this game. I've made a decision to... I'm going to cut short my study tour here. Return to Japan.
What?
Just when we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame. Oh, I know, that does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. So I'm gonna take everything I learned here in Britain and write something of my own. Novel sorts, I suppose. Oh my, so you'd be creating your own literature, Mr. me? How wonderful. Oh, well, no! I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature!
Why not? That's exactly the definition, Mr. Mustache.
Oh, you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. So now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I've no delusions of grandeur. I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious. For a battle with the Reaper.
Oh,
It's very true.
and there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the persecutor.
Return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes, face is such a terrifying prospect. People consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. But that's not why I'm leaving. I meant it.
Objection! That was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. So I did indeed to return to Japan. It's made a report about both cases to the government. So I'm reading that report. That Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. Barely any time later, Susan was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. In the back of a telegram saying falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial, on the following day, the day that we uncovered the loot, hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Well, let's find out what that is, shall we? 24 February, 10:14 a.m., Mr. Natsume's room. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. Secret hiding place in just one day. Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? So I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. You agree, Gregson?
Grexy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley.
Happily. I think perhaps humorously might be closer to the truth. So, the transpires the men fashion a hiding place in the ceiling. What's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let's look then, if you're ready. Down the late Bugler's Hall. Wow. Cutscene. What is that?
What the hell? It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. Is that the Baskerville logo? That's the Baskerville logo. A collar. It's huge though. Got all the gemstones in it. I can see why it's claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt.
Notice the inside there. There are some dark stains.
You don't think
It could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. In second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it, Isabel. Of course, there's this emblem here. Large letter B and a small crown. What does it signify, do you think? Oh, I had noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could have it been? That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color is drained from his face. Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? Be valuable evidence, after all. Must be kept safely in the lock and key. Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off of it, you lot. Hand it over, now! Seen a color that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me. At least, not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood? Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? It's all buttoned up now. I'm very pleased, Cyrus. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use to the basis of this most story in the magazine. This case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You've got the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume. Hurry at the knife in the mist, and the mustache man in the convict's curse, perhaps. Get a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait. A word, please, Iris. Yes? What is it, Hurley? I'm sorry. But you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. What? Why not? It's a great case. Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Yes.
And so it was that the second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Next time... Well, shall we see what happens next? Let us begin the next case a little, why don't we? The key of knowledge has been obtained. But we still don't really know why the Hound of the Baskervilles is such a mystery. So much about the game, about these games, is tied up in the Hound of the Baskervilles tale. I'm starting to get really interested in all of this. But now we must go to the return of the great departed soul. So, let's begin Case 3.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, Very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
They're not going to bring the truth to light. They're going to bring me into court.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
I'm about to witness my feet going out of my room. Oh, for the love of... This is so weird to be in the black and white segments.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
Hi, I'm from the future.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies.
Wow.
And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine!
What now? What the hell is that going to do?
Will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location. Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
In other words, teleportation. This is gonna go very poorly.
In but a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air.
I'm gonna turn on autoplay for a second.
To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
Because there's voice acting here. I like this guy. He's kind of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yes! 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 Please! That's not what I wanted!
Meanwhile, 22nd of October, 9:36 a.m. Sholmes' suite. Rena, are you listening? Oh. Sorry, what was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Like what I cooked for breakfast? Listen at all. What were you talking about again? These papers, full news about a great exhibition again. A great exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley? Hurley? Did you say something? Iris? Oh gosh, you're even more down. When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been here for about a half an hour already. We've had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here. You know, because breakfast. That's quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Sholmes, you're an idiot. Thanks. Of course, I couldn't deduce the reason perfectly well. Some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. You need to do careful with that. Let me stop you there, Mr. Holmes, because I think I can see where this is going. Always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Thanks again. My mind recently. And it's been 6 months now. 6 months since I was forbidden from working in court. So now I'm wondering how much longer I'm gonna be banned. Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Are you Hurley? Did you say something, Iris? Ah, back to moping. What's with you? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? Seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know, the Great Exhibition has opened. I think I'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together? I want to, of course I do, but I can't! Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why no? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you're involved in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from? Is that it? Never hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley. So I should try to find out what's going on. Half a year ago now, took on the defense of a young girl on trial, like a simple case of murder that took place at London pawnbrokery. Turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. The court to that trial found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time, unforgivable mistake. The situation is utterly deplorable. There's no how to. Yes, my lord? So upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. You haven't you, Renault? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and notes about Sholmes' old cases. Special buns of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. Come something of a M7 around here. Star on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? Ah, the life of Lord Chief Justice. Well, my favorite fellow. It's not mine either. He's the man I have to talk to. It's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. And become the best lawyer I could. I can't do that just sitting around here. Hold on. This is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? What's the melting pot today? The blue carbon pull. Yes, it's from a case of theft that Hurley sold ages ago. The theft of a precious stone. Buckle's another name for a garnet, you see? Especially if it's cut with a rounded top. Oh, really? This garnet was blue, was it? Well, that's the thing, they're usually red. No blue garnets have ever been discovered. Oh. What the stolen dribstone actually was. That's the real mystery of the case. For Herlock Sholmes' conundrum, huh? I haven't been reading these very often. So it's something on this great exhibition, hasn't it? Besides, the most modern technology defies what's art and feats of engineering. Since most of capital will be showcasing these things. The world will be watching. Now, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down from one of those lovely balloons. Look down on Do you mean those things fly?
Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
Well, how does that air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense! Can you understand it at all?
That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at all. Them at first. But in years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge.
So there might be. Hi, I'm from the future.
Mind you, some science being demonstrated seems very questionable. On the open future stage, apparently. Huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it though. Bad some of these scan experiments really are.
Some 10-year-old girl. Yeah, me pages.
My throat cleared with water.
Some article earlier about the Great Exhibition. We're showing the doctor the shadows that are cast behind him. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness. To the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Yoink. I word away referring to the back page of the newspaper of the paper. There. This rather gloomy looking one, that is. What? What's the matter, Renault? The Reaper attacked. Wow, they actually bothered writing all of these out? That's Lord Van Zeeks! Mr. Shells was talking about. No anymore, I wonder. Apparently a skeleton captured a bombing burglar. The front page is news about the Great Exhibition. All experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas which exhibits from around the globe. Positive, hopeful about the coming century. I'll go see it properly before too long. Dude, Lord Van Zeeks is attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper, the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Barak Van Zeeks. And that the Reaper is the prosecutor in her case. There's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even the defendant is found not guilty. The Reaper is someone in his sights. One way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. Let's find his throat, so let's find ways around the law. Let's stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Putting evidence paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. Chief's tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. Experience yourself, haven't you? Haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. Among their attorneys seem to have been taken by the Reaper. Retaliation like this does occur. Really? The capital's never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before? The first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. Take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness. Is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zeeks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Well, in the article here it says, it's what of Lord Van Zeeks and his condition? All will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps? Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. More than that, I just don't like you. What sort of case is it? Shh, quiet, Mr. Naruto. Discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. You're acting very strangely, Hurley. What do you mean, Iris? Usually, the more serious and complicated cases, the better Hurley's mood. Really, case that's bothering you? Iris, please, you mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and induction without invitation. As I say, put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. Say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind, what's all the cup of tea? I must make my way at once to the crime scene. Deep sigh. I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. And compliment. I'm wondering where you're going. Well done. See you later indeed. Bye. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out at the door. Iris, what the hell is your outfit? What the hell is that outfit? You look like Minnie freaking Mouse. Right then, Reno, let's get going. Iris, what are you wearing? Got changed to go to the exhibition. You're going to take me. But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court. Oh, that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there? Then. I'm being held up by a child. Just lower that weapon, would you? Of course, and after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the Great Exhibition. Strongheart, where are you? It's been a while since I voiced Strongheart. I don't even recall his voice all that much. Where's the Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice office? It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. Some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. Be reading over there. Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here. It's forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. Suzusa-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. I understand you wish to speak with me. Hello, Strongheart. Oh, Lord Strongheart. Just have been keeping well? Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Oh no. It's nothing more than sitting around, staring into space. Good to know. Good to know that it doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. I was over the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the great grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as the next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. John Woo! So with a hostile nation, I have much to do. This is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about. Ah, well, thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I'll have to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That brought me here today. Actually, there is something else playing in my mind, as it happens. Here now, just take a deep breath and come out with it. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. Next month, the largest and most important of them will all take place at last. The International Forensic Science and Autopsy. Seems that criminal investigations need to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Exactly! Ah! John, whoa! London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth. There's a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. It's imperative that we use these scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Known as forensic science, isn't it? I keep using his voice. Exactly! Future policing. Where are all those doubts coming from? Ah! Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the option of forensic methods. Yeah, that's alarming. Exactly! It's extremely alarming. Okay, do you just have an infinite amount of doves in your office, Strongheart? Ah! If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure. The numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would have been very different to the current figures. Cite self-sought arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry, I would have budged for keeping you waiting earlier. So do you tell everyone now? What? Oh, how fascinating. Again, 15 years ago, I was. That was a funny joke, and that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division with Scotland Yard. That is my mission! Oh, right, yes. That's wonderful! Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. She isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful? She drifted off for the most part. Surprisingly ardent about forensic science. I came here today to ask you for permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. So I'm very sorry for what happened. The thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. So this really won't have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Here it comes. Sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. She sent my best friend on this study tour, not me. Should have been Kazuma. Spring changed her own justice system at home, so that was his calling. If it hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. His friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. To fill his calling for him. His calling, you say. Never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? With which that you young bastard was charged. What do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? It's not making any sense. Never mind. Read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Do you mean... As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's wonderful news, Renault.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to make your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope.
Of course. Please tell me more. Described it as a curious affair?
Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. As you are aware, there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday.
Oh, no. Yes, I've read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. That guy's German? Let me see. How is it described? Supply voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Instantaneous kinesis? As in moving things with the click of the fingers?
That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil-may-care.
Serious accident was, exactly. It's clear you captured Iris's imagination. Unfortunate business. A large collision got the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. Sir Odie Asman, professor and well-known figure in society. Explosion.
A man died?
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Hairbrain. Hairbrain. I hate you. I hate you so much. Did immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. Under charge of murder.
What? Murder?
To take on this defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There's very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. Suspicion. Scientific experiment gone wrong. And murder. Well, I'm dead before I've even started. Still.
She got to the prison straight away then. To meet with this German professor. Don't you think?
Definitely. Ah, yes, one more thing about the case. Connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks?
How?
It reminds me, have you seen this?
To the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course.
No, not that. The story on the back page.
What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There is no need for concern. Lord Van Zeeks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you.
That's what happened. I'd really love to know.
Very well. If it interests you.
It does, strangely.
Fortunately, Lord Van Zeeks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter.
But that's incredible. They were armed with guns.
Why was he attacked now? Do we know? It's related to events that occurred a month ago. One of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zeeks. It's acquitted. There are no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Some money? Horrible situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? His henchmen certainly seem to think so. By the name of Asman. Odie Asman.
Did you say Asman? The man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. I wonder,
can I ask you something, Lord Strongheart?
Try me.
Why do you use Lord Zeeks as a prosecutor? Criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. But fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zeeks first. There's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's slowly going on here.
Van Zeeks worked for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, he really isn't. Any just the criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him.
Since how can you explain the way so many have died
if not by someone's hand. Six may have earned himself a moniker, the Reaper. But he is no killer. Continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Also, just saw my friend get a game that I've wanted him to get for a while. That's good for him. Don't mind me, I'm being stupid to a friend. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. My hours are late. That's quite something. Alright, so when I arrive back here for this engagement with you. So this is inevitable. Time stops for no man. Stop for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Where would I find Lord Venzeeks now? I would assume he's at his office. Right, I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. I'm streaming right now, but I'm just joking around with a friend. It's 22nd October, local prison, cell 11. It is really hot in here, by the way. Like, really, really hot. So cell 11, that's this one. Oh, there's someone curled up with a ball in the back corner. Look. What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, was it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain. Who are you? No way, I need to do German. Hiya! I can't do German. I'm a defense lawyer. A lawyer? Is it something I said? A lawyer, you said. Well, what'd you be here? About the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't. So it's demonstration! Demonstration was... That magnificent demonstration was... So, a success by anyone's calculation. Despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. So they all leave at high velocity. You are a weirdo. Huh. Okay then. Now that's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my demonstration leave for a while, too. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. So called it a spectacular failure. After all, man died in the explosion, didn't he? Arrgh! Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you wanted to. Well, I suppose in the stricter sense, the experiment was a failure. At the same time, it was a great success. Oh boy, you've lost me. Oh my own eyes, right in front of me, Mr. S-Man was spontaneously disassembled. That's what an explosion does. Everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. We should have been beamed to the crystal tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, she exploded and Mr. Aspen in fact perished. Yes, I can't deny that part experiment was a failure. What you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Aspen was an accident, correct? Bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder. Also for a man's death. That's the immutable truth here. That should be punished. At once! But... Murder! Never in a million years! It was an accident! Simply an accident! I see. We were talking this morning, you know? Said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Ah, yes, it's newly established here in Britain. The Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. One passed me by. The case is treated as murder, but it's treated in the same machine as a murder weapon. You'll be able to pour over it as much as I like. In detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then it'll become an idea. My hypothesis will be stolen! And I got him singing with his voice. It's not German at all, but I like it. She must be protected from death at all costs. So it's imperative that this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Ah, I see now. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Show going yesterday. Yes! Alrighty now. Devil's in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me. Shooting super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating! Humans like Almanar are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. It's possible using a sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space! Sir, calm down. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? It's an amazing hypothesis! That's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it! The dream of such incredible technology. Think, one minute I could be here in this cell. The next, I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. In the mere blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Parisian Theatre, say. These are endless. The whole of our past planet would be within reach. We're hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days. You really see it like that? What do you mean, Iris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word, that's exactly right! What are the implications? What does this mean? Oops, that's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the looks of it. Did you just fucking pun? This is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works! Practical demonstration, it means nothing. It's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes! So I was complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. Well, an investor, Mr. Assman. Died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? The man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. O.D. Assman, wasn't it? It was your relationship with the man. He first visited me while I lived in Germany a year ago now. He wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. Think my lucky stars! I see, so you hadn't really known each other until then. Scientific research. I'm so envious. So yes, is concerned, man was an angel. Oh, really? Angel, even. Prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my process for presentation at the Great Exhibition. Well, I could expect additional financial support for research in the British government. Private money, an exceptional engineer. My precise specifications. Your trains were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. And see, I owed everything to Mr. Aspen. Never, ever thought of taking the man's life. Seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. That's everything I think we can talk with him about at the moment. Alright, Van Zeeks, time to talk. It's so weird to... Yeah, Van Zeeks, you appear to have an obsession with chess that goes down to your next of kin. If your next of kin happens to be an idiot by the name of Edgeworth. Who are you playing chess with, exactly? Ooh, so this is the Legendary Reaper's office. Don't start out loud. So, sends a chill down your spine. How many chalices does this man own, by the way? Given how many he breaks in an average trial with me? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere. Don't say it out loud. Oh, was that? My own figure was so still, I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Was that welcoming as I thought he'd be? Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I am. Was the person over by the wall being punished for something or the other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice. And he's sitting there of his own free will. We won't get to meet this guy for a while, but that's Van Zeek's brother. Spoiler alert. No, you had an apprentice. Same person who's pictured in the newspaper. He's very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Into attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers. The Reaper? I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. Thought that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack. True. Carried out by the henchmen of Odie Aston's criminal organization. But their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hoped to kill me before that happened. Odie Aston has always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers. A global investor. All his wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities. He set money to bury himself in a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Rescued by you, Mr. Reaper. God's comeuppance in the end. In fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was a most unusual cause of death. I know about that. With super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. I went in a demonstration on the public experimentation stage, and then an enormous explosion. Correct. You got some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no. That does seem a little far-fetched. With Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death, at least. How this has worked out, isn't it, Reno? I mean, what if you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You're going to be defending him? Oh, yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Hairbrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. You're... What? What? Said that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though. Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. Wait, so he's a Brit? living in Germany. So he doesn't actually have a German accent? I'm confused. The University of London, he'd put to Germany to carry out research, that's all. Students together, as in the Faculty of Law plus, and he and science, so I pass rating calls. Curiously, we got along. No, I've not met him since my university days. We didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. A few of our people representing him. Yeah, well, if I make it out of this office alive. From where it seems. Yes, I know. The prosecution will be handled by me. By you? Aren't you, like, shot? But you made it sound as if you and the professor have been friends. We are friends, it's true. Why would you do this? The Reaper is the prosecutor. There's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed! What's Lord Van Zeek's thinking? What do you mean by what you said before? I'd like to know the Reaper's true identity. Does that mean I'm a crown prosecutor and immortal like any other? I'm no demigod. But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal. Those are prosecuted are the vilest virtues of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world's a better place without them. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. Nor was Kitty. But she's ever so hardworking now. My God, since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. The point is this. Those vile witches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. It's not the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. So it's the same. He believes you're not involved in any way. Check those ruffians because they believe it's true. The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the mysterious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh! It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves as a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. When you're in danger, you could be killed. That is my fate. Let God decide. Van Zeeks is a goddamn bro, by the way. This man is willing to let himself just die. What an absolute legend. Lord Van Zeeks. That fine collection of piled chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My held bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes and the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices, being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. Yet you threw them around in court like they were worthless. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide to mock sometimes. Oh. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor teachers whose work you defile. It's my fault. Silly me. How could I ever thought otherwise? What's Zeke's next? Look, so stylish. And that's a marble chess set beside it. Chess. That's a Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? I'm actually quite good at shogi problems. Really? You probably like chess problems in that case. Challenge Lord Van Zeke sometime. Shogi problems. When you really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that at your own. Oh look, it's coming out of the Great Exhibition Showground. That's amazing. I wonder why it's here. It's made it to take his mind out the sadness of being too busy to attend in person. Perhaps it's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Should have obviously I'm using it as an investigative aid. You have no business painting us as overly reserved. think he'd overhear that. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? With a very majestic outfit and pose. Sadly, whoever painted it doesn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zeek's facial features. Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off. The artist has exaggerated the subject's handsomeness, I think. Ah, that reminds me. Our Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. How vague. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it? That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh, then, who is it? Looks like a punishment to me. Ever seen someone sitting like that before? Moved a muscle since we arrived. Perhaps he's dead? If he was dead, you know, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Oh, anyway, dead or alive. He's not overly approachable, is he? He's gonna talk to us. Dead! Ah! Bats! Ah! There were bats! Yes, 3% familiars, I expect. But the mute man in the dark cloak. I thought he was a familiar. Just not the flying kind. Dear friend of Mr. Reaper Den. The familiar idea is more likely. Good now, either way. Ugh. How could this have happened? I feel awful. As well as the man losing his life, just the tower was greatly damaged too. I know what happened. Must have been that. That? For the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters in the hotel restaurant, and I paid the bill. 3 shillings too much in change. Instead of selling anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still in there now. Knowing retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is! Scientists use some very logical anecdotes. Long analogical. Ah, fascinating. Yes, Japan, where I come from. It's a symbol of a defense letter. Wearing it is very bracing. I'm fine. Your words make some sense to me, but they are entirely illogical. What do you mean? Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat that I wear for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there's a perfectly logical reason for that feeling. Oh, really? What is it? I punched the wrong size by mistake. This one is too small for me. Especially, I'm truly bracing. I can barely move my wrists. That's ecological, is it? Of course! It's entirely logical! That's science, Mr. Naruto! Well, that was helpful. I'd like to go here, please, sir. Thanks. About the article in this paper. Yes, it seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. No idea I've been photographed. It's careless of me. Looks as though it was taken after the people who had attacked you have been away now. This is sure. The police have already apprehended every last one of them. Fighting alongside you, it seems. It's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Can you tell us a little more about him? He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say, he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Ah, like you ordered Hurley then, Runo.
I remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack.
So he's wearing some kind of mask.
On Lord Strongheart's orders. Knows the man's face, or indeed his identity.
Why would you agree to take on such clearly suspicious individual?
His orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. Won't be a good reason for his actions.
I hope you're right. Hello there. You're really weird looking. I don't know who this guy is, actually. I said he was Van Zeke's brother, but this guy doesn't have a voice yet. Ah!
The task is complete? Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs.
He's got this really cool bird mask look to him. And these really, really cool eyes, too, with the mask. Nice to meet you. Bye.
To work again. That was really strange, though. I met the man before, but didn't even know he existed. And yet, somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. It didn't? Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. While Strongheart is strictly forbidden it.
Oh, I see.
Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway?
Oh, no, I mean... Sorry, I didn't mean to...
The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture.
Oh! I know who he is. It's that stupid idiot from the 5th case. Case in the first part. It couldn't be.
Ah, yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
Oh, what's that?
That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry, the one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. The stoop, and the mustache, and the jitters.
Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure you'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list right now.
He's fine, thank you.
In fact, I've received a letter from him by international post only the other day.
I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? Time left before tomorrow's trial. Advise you to spend it investigating the case.
Thank you for the advice, and for the conversation.
Just asking after Sesuke-san. After a Nipponese.
Sure whether to feel happy about that or worried.
Mr. Avery would be friends with a mad scientist, did you?
For the books.
Mad scientist? I mean Professor Harebrine. We were quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zeeks, I think.
Bye. Oh, I didn't get to converse, did I?
Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days?
Yes, that's right. He was studying law while I was studying science.
So you like that then?
Good question. Assuming gentlemanly, all-around nice fellow, really.
Sorry, I think you misheard me.
But the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, bear up, Van Zeeks. What was he like when he was at university?
Talk about a leading question, Runo.
As I said, an assuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zeeks family. It's great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
Little darling.
I was shocked when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. But the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right.
Did you hear now? That there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really? What sort of event? Arrgh! I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. In the country at the time. Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. Reaper. I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zeeks will be the prosecutor in the court tomorrow. So, the professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. You should collision like her yesterday. That was an accident, you're saying. No intent to harm the victim, who is in fact the sole administrator of your work. Is that correct? That's correct. It's 2 squared is 4. I swear it! Yes, it's straight at the man perished in the machine of my invention. Well, I'm far from blameless in all this. But still! Never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life! Not a centillion years! And besides, that's all I know. You have to believe me, please! Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Sit a champion now. I've always believed that. All my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. Man of law, that's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Let's live in Germany after I graduate. I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage. None of that matters. If you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Right now. Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry. That's for the incident of it, isn't it? Why are you holding me up? I suppose that's true. That's an odd object. Foot at the 22nd of October. The Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. Things are a little too big for my liking. I'm walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. A lot of people aren't there. I'm trying on 3 times too. Won't let go of my hand. For the phones though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the exclusion happened yesterday. Woo! You hear voices from up on the stage. Sounds like an argument. If you just... I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh, it's Gregson and Gina. Oh yeah, go on, Inspector. Do the shot. You ain't got the evidence and you know it. Hey, I know those voices. Jiggle them off on me, Rodney Liddy. In the night in cells, so do some manners. Just try it, I dare ya! Come on, big old chops of bag of chips right down your throat. Yoo! Gregsy! What are you doing up there? Ah! Ah! It's you! Yeah! You're here! Here you are! You! Here! Your ladyship! Hurry, your ladyship! I hope you about your ladyship! Make her 3 times a lady? Not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. To ride in a balloon. There was a 3-hour queue. Well, what about you? For you, what's your ladyship? Flying as high as a kite once I close the street for you. Gregson is an idiot. That's Gregson, Inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. Quite well known, appearing as he does in the Inventions of Sherlock Holmes. For that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. Limits, surely. There should be. Watch it, sunshine! Sorry. Then, let's have me on this case. I'm acting for the defense. We're here to investigate. DME, that's the situation, is it? Probably. Midnight 5 bombs, so all you call it. You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Naruto. Well, hey! That's my last bit of spending money, that is. Can't have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. Free Bob. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. That led to my own suspension 6 months ago. It's a young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem here, Otto? Diver, pickpocket. What's the father name called then? Bag of chips around down your foot. Oh no, do you? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. Just arguing with Inspector Rickson about it, weren't you? Up to your usual tricks here at the showground. Ain't no way to talk to a lady, Otto. I've been here a long time. People can change. Apprentice now. Known to be a Scotland Yard detective. They'll call me whatever everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Hey, would you look at that? She made Inspector. Inspector? But it's homemade, surely. The part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Just gains out the cards for all of us. What's that supposed to mean? Well, we'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright? Right, sir. This raises a lot of questions. How are you doing, by the way, Gina? Excuse me. Oh look, what's this? Red piece of cloth? It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. Thick and stiff. Looks extremely durable. Canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. It's appeared to be a bit short as well. That means it's something to do with the explosion. Make a note of it. We'll admit Gina's mid-yawn. Yoink. Looks like a layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. Never seen anything like it before. English shows methods. You might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. Sorry, this occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Maybe not. You tried. Reason the ground is damaged in this spot. Look, there was a fire here or something. Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too. There's a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bet an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been. I'm sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno. Ah, looks as though somebody dropped something behind a tree just there. Dropped your head. What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded? Maybe it could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this, just in case. Looks like a crossbow. Yeah, it's a crossbow. Huh. That's weird. So months ago now that I first encountered Juna, in connection with a case I was working on. At the time she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive at pickpocketing. Then she got embroiled in the murder. No time to think in person. Yes, I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Kenny. Well done. So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade! Sounds like something out of a book here. Talk about a sea change. This I sold man to think about. Or a spotter, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? So I got all the police forces around the world to pull all the stops looking for him. Promise then. Looking serious. Oh, Guinea, you're so sweet.
But that's all I got my to go for the Scotland Yard. Trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? No problem. Nothing serious. When an early approach, Gregson asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for getting made her sort of apprentice. I'm back now, it's Inspector Gregson. I'm brave. I'm not Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. Detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So the long and short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Ooh, what, Rena? What? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was defended in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. But she was found not guilty, and yet here she is, still. Come on, you're still not about that, are you? Legend Reaper, whatever it's called. What? You don't have to worry, Oda. Worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. Like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kind of a lot like him upstairs. Knows what I'm like on the inside. There ain't really nothing wrong. That might be stretching the point. To me in Japan, he's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. That Reaper's more discerning than I thought. Exactly! So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. Cool, I was out of this world, but it was. The brainy bloke put a bunch of levers on his machine, and suddenly saw billowing smoke. Just went pop! I ain't seen a better experiment here yet. Sorry? I mean, you saw it, Kenny. With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? He's keeping everything running smooth, I mean. Being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to. Say I said I'm on duty, and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, stop in one of them flying balloons when it happens. Watching it from above. No, you're a solo, Guinea. We should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it! You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, guys? You have no trouble at all. Settled. When do I start? No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Irish. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. This was spectacularly. But can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, success, in a way. It was. It could have been. What kind of it then? Oh, machine block. No one could have seen called experiment to death. I said it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and the Walkman right bang. So where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there. What? In the tower? See by yourself, can't you? They're above the scaffold. Oh, where all the grass is working, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got to start with. They did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it. It's possible, right? With science. And I'll tell you what, you can have this. It's up on the experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 pop of you before, so fair, sir. Didn't actually give that to you, did I? Gina is so happy now. So we can Inspector access at some point seems a little strange. Worth anyway. Investigating's off the causes for all of us. Not even Gregsy ran over to that without explaining himself. Alright, now. Well said, no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Fair, we're representing the defendant. Yes, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your own investigations? You're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate Daga. Why? Call them again? The forensic investigation team, I think. Right, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Be funny, isn't it? And Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Never heard something like that before. But I could have a gun during the quiet, though. The boss got me on it. You didn't give me an earful about it before from down here, didn't ya? Bleeding fair.
giving him much an earful back, as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. Some to him, Otto. Go and see if we can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Can't leave here now? Galaxy will listen to us. We'll listen to you, maybe. Crystal Tower. Certainly a name. It's built to be the focal point of the exhibition. And Leah's being so tall and all that, with all that glass. Should a building like this ever being erected in Japan? There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. There's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. There's a whole ass zoo built in that thing? Bro. If you had a queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors. At the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw. With that accident, the whole tower is shut. It's not the Crystal Tower anymore. Crystal Glass Shower. I'm stalking to the skies now to look down at the disaster from above instead. It's a free arcade to go up in a balloon now. You're very patient people. Set up for experiments, but it's very high up. About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. And that's what the policeman I just spoke to said. Well, I understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan. Sorry, it's about 9 meters. It's in under a year, you know? We got used to our measurements. Well, being so tall, the spectators in the front would just have seen a wall, nothing else. Really thought they'd scare the best spot to watch from. Well, you'd be disappointed. Man, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. Like it probably applies here. Lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. It's weird to hear Gina's here for so long now. Great exhibition, grounds, experimentation stage. Is it the machine that blew up? Must have been a magnificent explosion. And I see my fair share. From things like this before, you mean? Of course, Harley's eyes do experiments that ended in a bang. In fact, his own words, conclusions are the very essence of chemistry. But explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. So with such force, it took down the roof of the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Reno. Hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof. Not that. It's time to investigate. Oh look, Inspector Gregson is over there. He deep in thought about something, while sighing up the machine carefully. Really, he just looks confused to me. Put itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently and mercilessly. Stand in the middle of the machine to be this solid and beam for the air. Beamed. Not blasted. That's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Make that even possible, though, Iris? No, Reno. I'm just a child. How should I know? Well, it suits you, you mean. And so, I think if you were to pull this lever here... Stop! Don't touch that. Practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over there just now, Greg. See? Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to stall you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. Well, sorry, you can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. Glug, glug, glug. Ah, wonderful. The stuff for me is wonderful. Like old times, this is. So visiting Professor Herbert in court tomorrow, Inspector. Should be allowed to examine to see him. Ha! Listen, Sunshine. Even though I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. Blasted special suspension for scientific equipment actively. Drive me potty! Yes, that special dispensation. Professor mentioned that, too. Seems all we need. Don't know what the government thinks. It's playing that sometimes. But we're already allowed to just look, aren't we? Eh? That's alright, isn't it, Gregsy? Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. Just please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you? Don't worry. We won't dream of touching anything, but we will know. Only knows how to get what she wants. Badly damaged everything is. Professor Herbert was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. Good look around the machine while we can, I think. Make sure to kill it before I get struck up myself, you hear? I won't touch your finger, I promise. Please, spare thought for your digestion. You really think this machine could actually disassemble people like Professor claims? Yes, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, Sunshine. It's being scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. We can't, can we? The annoying rules, you mean? Exactly! 9! Reckless rules! Ah, look at the base of the machine there. Listen, kind, plug for the wire mesh. It's a screwdriver, I think. Ooh, isn't it a lovely one? Look at it's the shape of a capital letter A. Oh, that's right. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Before I get struck up myself, I said. It's just Anderson. Sorry. I didn't touch a teeny weeny bit. Very curious about the screwdriver. Really, very, very curious. Go to the ship, so clever, the ship. This is probably something like that. I'm afraid I can't let you have it. Find it first, assure you. I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it. That was very neat. Afraid. Dr. Gregson's gonna make a very clumsy and very embarrassing mess. I can expensive summon now. Or Gregsy. And he's left me alone. With the fancy machine. The orchard device is pointing towards the crystal tower. Once people are assembled by the machine, they shut out of that thing to wherever they're going. It's supposed to shoot anything right now. Beam people to the crystal tower, where they'd be reconstructed in their original form. Well, but I don't like the look of it. Looks like something would happen in the first place, of course. Sure, yes. Nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? Oh, you're back. Someone disassembled a man's body, and then beamed him across the coastal tower. Fingertip, officially in public. It was unusual to express bound for the exhibition. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous, so many spectators present, I mean. In Canada, we're not new science and technology at the moment. I'm more worried about being ahead of the game than anything else about the public safety infringements. Some new technology makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. That's true, in a way. We are placing every emphasis on the scientists' rights at the moment. What sort of rights? So that any fears the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Well, into practicality, and even going through into production. The infuriating reason that Scotland's not allowed to touch this crime scene. The solicitation of Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. Ah, I see now. Just get here, some of the brand new department at the yard. Investigation team, it's called. Okay, to keep in guard. It's a shame to begin with, just because it's a scientific equipment on this paperwork. It's flaming figure film. Poor Gregsy. Very head up, isn't he? Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? Special dispensation for scientific experiment. Yes, I think Harley mentioned that recently. Speaking of the size, I remember. I'm sure you did, Bishop. I'm sure you did. Especially for this crazy session it was. The insurance sent their ideas for inventions for some suits in the civil service. Represent that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. Really mean. Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. More a load of cobblers, if you ask me. Performed by shamers like yourself. Thanks for that. Well, look how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's also fun. And you, remember the forest has to be present at every single demonstration. Hang science, that's what I say. Oh, I don't think so. It sounds like my dream job. You didn't think otherwise, I'd spend a day guarding all these shamans, bogus contraptions. If anyone had to demonstrate them, there'd be no point. Yeah, well. No point, sadly. Sorry? Spark government's bright ideas. Then they very much seem to show potential. Runs out of research grants. Scientists get funding. Exactly, and that's what they're all after. All these shamans coming from far away to clog up Hyde Park. You all safe here? Just smile politely and look at them? Let's cop us, that's who. Why I say it now, can't ya? Right side! Hang it! Ow. Maybe I can see your point. Apparently Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research. Right, came back to Britain especially for the great exhibition, as I understand it. One of the government's research grants. Should we learn something else about the professor earlier today? Last time in further education, turns out he was at university with someone else we both know. Lord Van Zeeks. Eh? What's that? That seems to me. But if Lord Van Zeeks is mean as prosecution, then the accused of this is held because the Reaper will get him one way or another. Blimey, that one's beyond me. No, no, what he goes on, and that man, not ahead of us. Zeeks, spoiled paper on the story of him being attacked. But that. Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about. Yes, that's right. That'll do her. Still, the Reaper, huh? That business gonna keep up, I wonder. Mr. Aspen. He's another of the Reaper's victims. Or so I heard. He's a top-class prosecutor. And even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. Yeah, and that's how the notion of the Reaper to Bailey came about, isn't it? So, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zeeks initially. And I assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. That charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation. We reached. Well, Lord Van Zeeks is in no way related to the deaths of the people outside this courtroom. In my mind, I think repetition on it, I would. True, then how do you explain it? Those vendors couldn't just coincidentally die. Nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Sir Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zeeks is a totally different person, easygoing and kind. But it's after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Any idea what it was? No clue. Really? I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? Oh, he's been moved. attacked. Injection, number for trials. This isn't the first time they're tried to attack Lord Zeke's assault, by the sound of it. I think that's how the justice system works. And there must be a dark forces at work. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. What the? What is this? Looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. The groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. It's right, it's sort of both an automatic firing mechanism. For someone like me who patches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of 3. If I had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Cosmo in Kyoto archery training. Looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back in great tension. Fires with a huge amount of force using this device on. I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Ugh, really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this in the exhibition grounds. That's where the culture ended up as there is instant kinesis, or whatever they call it. Did of course. After calling the experiment a success. Scaffold therefore. Compass, our lads said that about the incident happened. Put the body down, I think. Don't know really. I'll erect the scaffold down. Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Run around the exhibition and keep a lookout for the fun stuff. Doesn't hear you saying that, or I'll give you the boot. Incredible now, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Reno, listen. What is it? I've been thinking. Really might know something, mightn't he? About what? About Mr. Reaper! About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean? Sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Okay, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Shrums at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Here, this is what you need. What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tussafells. Is this supposed to mean something to me? No, it's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. Go now if you like. No, we don't have time to visiting attractions today, Lyris. We have a big trial tomorrow. But that's where Hurley is. What? At this popular London attraction. Yes! How's it that you know where he is? Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Reno. Isabel's. Well, see, I could be related to the case we're investigating here, but it can't happen. When they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of it. With them. Madame Isabel's Museum of Waxworks. A classic scene. Is that Jack the Ripper? I see you, sir. Oh, what is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. But why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. No, we'll all be dreaming about tonight. Sholmes, you are not very still. Oh, wax models are amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Renault? Shocked? Wax models! Arrgh! I read about dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. And corpses are kept up to death. Parts of them can turn into wax, apparently. It's called Adicalper. But creepy things like that, Renault, you're scaring me. Anyway, Adicalper doesn't form readily, you know. Explains. What now? I've just remembered something else I read. Another magazine about strange phenomena. It was an old lady, maybe a witch. She used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. Here are real. Entirely man-made replicas. They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Oh. No way anybody can make models of people that are this realistic. I mean, one of them... Sholmes, you're in two places at once. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Wait. What is it? Oh. No. You're seeing things. The curtain is a very prominent position, isn't it? That's the feeling. There's going to be something truly terrifying behind it. Yes, that's the famous Tuxapel special exhibit. Where the Engle's supposed to tourist killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look? Oh, I should be even more terrified. Ooh, let me think about that for a moment. Was only a suggestion. Is this an arm? Looks like an arm, doesn't it? It's excellent smells. It's well never. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you? Here now, stop scaring me. Is the wax arm or a real one? Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels. Objection! So well made. I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human. Maybe all the exhibits are real people. When it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about.
You're describing a movie, Iris.
Just thinking about it makes me wish it wasn't closing time already and I was on my way home. It's the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes! Jones has some wax statue in here? Really? Well, he is world famous after all. Any resemblance, isn't it? Makes my skin crawl to look at it. I know. Look, Renault, you can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle. King exhibits, Iris. Wait. Just a move, I'm sure. Not just a little bit either. Really? Did it? Closely. There are beads of sweat on the face. This waxwork model. Shall we move on, Iris? When I look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing. My dear fellow, I take exception to recalling in such a matter as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! I knew it! Horace, what possessed you? You've made you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kid, could you not exercise a bit more shit? You winded me! Something he needs to ask you. Ah, a question? You'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are. Well, now that your plumbing is impeccable, 20 minutes more being stationary like that, and my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to wax! You're an idiot. Let us be right in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. You're an idiot. Oh really? You like to talk nonsense, do you? Good know something. It's true. About Lord Van Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. Here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? Well, you're in luck. I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. Receive me. Probably something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. Fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, good! Moreover, strong suspicion that it's related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how can it be? Presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. Back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Okay. Before I give you what I need, before I talk, I'm gonna show you this, and it's about this. So we'll see, I'm rather busy at the moment. Come to my office tomorrow and I shall be happy to help you. Shall we say, blueprints per item as a consult for gas, that is. Thanks. Welcome back, Sicko. This is Herlock Sholmes. Yes, that is his real ass name. This whole ass game was basically them going, but what if we made Sherlock Holmes canon to the Ace Attorney universe? Also, the little girl we have with me is Iris Wilson. Her dad is Watson. Don't question it. What is this place? Now Tisabel came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since he opened up this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. Like this in Japan too, but this place is something else. I mean, they aren't made from an actual... Oh, don't worry, there isn't anything behind it. Sholmes doesn't carry that much, except for vials of stuff that do extremely weird things. Made from actual real people, are they? Extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tusapels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for victims at the guillotine. Sholmes! That sounds grim. Scenes were portrayed with such realism and expression in the faces of the condemned. And apparently, sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions. That really turns my stomach. This guy means well, but he's kind of an idiot. This is one of the several narratives about the Tusapels family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. Anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular at the museum by quite some margin. This is House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Of course, the numbers are dwindling now as a result of the great exhibition, but people usually flock here to see the exhibits as some of London's most vile criminals of their gruesome work. Actually, most of the miscreants portrayed here We're sent to the gallows. So the civil now, then the dumb. Shums, you're a stupid person. Heard of poor taste? I need a fellow in the public live for poor taste. They ought to be shocked. Get a life. Oh, the hideous exhibits in here are rapid trace of real events that actually took place. Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Merlin! We're advising not to think too deeply, but what did you see here? Thanks. He's back to being waxwork, is he? What do you mean by temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? What you see? Brady exhibits here. Catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? For half an hour, I home into a different color on one of the displays and it's up to new place to ensnare him. The public come for a closer look. Offer them my hand to shake. For shitting, I'm happily allowed them to take a photograph of us. Us? Does it mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? Why, Mr. Holmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? Put up money! Really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. Sounds how may struggle to pay this month's rent. A ravenous Cyrus to consider. He just called a 10-year-old girl ravenous. Ouch! Sholmes, that is your adoptive daughter. Oh, dude! What the hell? Oh, really? I'm so hungry. Look at Iris's face right now. Look at her face. She is contemplating all sorts of revenge right now. Shut up. I shall have to ask you to do your own bit, Mr. Norhara. See threatening to rope me into now. So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? You may have your pick of the letters and scandals in here. The choice is yours. Another time. Never, Mr. Norhara. Ignore me at your peril! I was just frightening me. Alright, I'll allow that for this, but this guy isn't a perv. He's an idiot. But he isn't a pervert. He's just an absolute fool. Well, what is it you'd like to ask me, Dad? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. And so I feel Mr. Shumsett about everything I'd learnt. About Lord Van Zeeks, about Professor Hairbrain. Yes, that is the actual name of the man. If you're gonna stay here for these streams, get used to it. It's only just begun. Strange coincidence that they had been at university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeek such a different person. I'm sure that you know, Hurley. There's something going on here. This exhibit hall before. That something was afoot. That you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? Suddenly clammed up. Wow, it seems we've reached the end of the void. Greetings. Greetings! Oh, hello. Witch! Pog! What's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? I hope you are appreciating my museum. Cool red eye, lady. Sorry, have we? Shows you notice? Not again.
My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tusapels. This is my museum of waxwork.
Hold on. Ooh, this character theme though. Hold on, let me jam. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is a jam. This is a jam, alright, boy.
But you're the Madame Tusapels? Bien, sir.
Gesundheit.
Only 26 years young, I might add.
Is that significant somehow?
I'm a madame in name only, if that's a certain. Je ne sais quoi.
I definitely butchered that. Right.
Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks. Or rather, one waxwork in particular.
That'll be Mr. Strom's son.
I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you'll move from your designated exhibit. Well, there will be toil and trouble.
That is extremely uncalled for. Also, you're just holding a melting pot of wax. I'm not sure whether to be impressed or very scared. How about both?
She sounds deadly serious.
That's a problem. Must have assessed Mr. Shrums about Lord Van Zeeks now.
Forget what I said before about something being afoot right here in the museum. I mean,
yes, I know, but
I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here.
Haven't we got enough in our blood already? Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tusapels?
I did. I am the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know.
Gosh!
It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were secured, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she required the savoir faire that led to the astonishing lifelikeness.
Look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley.
He You see exhibited here represents some of the treasures of London's criminal past. Waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled.
Considering one of them is literally Jack the goddamn Ripper, I'm gonna object to that. Hold this objection.
It's immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeliness.
That sounds terrifying.
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. Can't one strive power excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. It's a reflection of society. I create only what the public wishes to see. In other words, Mr. Naruhodo, we live in a society!
I'm sorry, I had to do that. Why could the public have wished for something less horrifying? We truly do live in a society.
Do not fear.
Sorry?
This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme.
Lord, there are most famous singers, actors, politicians. That make for every taste, I hope. Nice, you dragged me straight in here. Come to think of it.
Sorry, perhaps I should have already eased you into things.
What's the situation with that?
My temporary waxwork model?
Approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. Oh, what's our proposal? Well, dear madame, what these spots need is the addition of a world-famous great detective.
Or words to that effect. Surely I am well aware that Mr. Shumps is widely known in London as a talented detective.
It's a great detective, actually. He's very specific about it.
Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. Sadly, we are unable to agree to terms.
Let me guess. Someone charged an exorbitant price for his services? Pounds! I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment.
Shams, I need you! Or words to that effect.
Mr. Shams might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch.
Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment, due to unforeseen circumstances. We came to the current arrangement instead.
Doesn't really need to do what he's doing though, does he?
I don't think not, but he was very insistent.
It's a shame problem. That must be resolved by the morning.
Words to that effect. Pawnbroker, that's what it is. This is something to redeem.
Doing detective work, not going so well. I wonder, can I ask you something?
Bien, sir.
Curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps?
Whoever suggested such a thing to you?
Oh, well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned to me a little... Oh! He's disappeared. A wax medal is a work of art, not some toddy object for trade. Ah!
There you are! Leave the exhibit again went lag. You should be working. You wish to be melted down.
Madame Tisabel, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. Sicko, if you are still here, prepare yourself. This can wait. It's your ideas about your current problem that we must throw into the melting pot instead. I would advise you not to involve the police.
Why ever not?
Why does a sheep? But it is a great detective, whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Please be what I prefer. No, I insist upon payment in advance. You're an idiot.
Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we?
My analytical process. I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain?
It's to spell special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it.
Ah, the special exhibit at the House of Horrors. A special killer den, I presume. You're still kind to draw back the curtain, I wonder.
Absolute none! Nothing amiss behind there.
Nothing amiss, madame. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? Ah! Can't you allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens?
Very well. I will draw back the curtains. But only a soupcon.
What does that mean?
A sukan.
Number 139? I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. This little special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. Yet somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer once would expect is nowhere to be seen. But to strike one, however. It's the poor gentleman laying peacefully on his back on the floor. Hey, I recognize that guy. He was a juror once. Well then perhaps this reveals that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ornate London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact. What? It's because I made us these waxworks are. They are always distinguishable from mere humans. So allow me to present my two conclusions. First, that a sizable business attraction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why? Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. Ah! This pale candle wax. I don't understand. Sicko, you will not understand the truth of this man's absolute idiocy. For this man is about to do something dumb. So, Madame Isabelle, if you agree to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. The Great Deduction! The game is afoot! It's time for the dance of deduction. Waxworks Fate. So, to begin with, we must ask ourselves, what exactly is afoot here in this museum? It's revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so heavily from your bag. Solution sum £200. That is all my own money. What does this locked money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Isabelle's. Lies where your eyes now fall. So evidence that the £200 is revealed, but at public notice. Waxwork for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short. So the infamous killer, the centerpiece of our special exhibit, for the sum of £200. None! Now, let's explore the next girl, see with which we are presented. Who was a portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? Here the man has suffered a severe shock, which is clearly known to you. Ah! Madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What the man such a shocking blow was, of course, £100! Fear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? Agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of £200. When he came to hand the money over, did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying was no longer in his hands? And the result, the scene we see before us, collapsed in shock. The killer in the special exhibit fetched a killer price. They pray that his gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. This man is an idiot. Waxwork location. Question arises then, is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let's consider that problem for a moment. You could not possibly... Strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. This fellow, to find the answer, we need only observe, is handkerchief. Worn by the policeman, a secret sign of fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. What? The young man is an undercover policeman, currently investigating this museum. Well, in fact, Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? Quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades in last year's policing report. But we turn our attention to the old man sat before it, with particularly unsightly visage. Watching closely, he doesn't move the muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were in waxwork. But your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. Once, of course. Observe! Sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. £4, a tragically low price, you might say. The breadth of going rate for aging waxworks is riddled with cracks. So it's a portly gentleman with an exorbitant £200. Like maybe that should attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madame? I do not... Yes, the waxwork he sold has already been seized by the police. It remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be right armed with the grave, but if it's supposed to exhibit in not a moment too soon. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Yeah. We're on this guy. Iris and Tisapels, all unimpressed. She has stunned you all into silence. You have, Hurley. You have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Norwood at one point, and I'm all ears, my dear fellow. Deduction then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So, that would mean that he's the particular ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman. Altermole. Sorry? It's a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. Police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared in the Afer. The culprit was the policeman himself, senior officer by the name of Ottermole. I mean, that's the sinister old man they're supposed to be? Indeed, it's a particularly grim face, is it not? Forgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that. Odious countenance too well. That's a lot of money for a wax model. Would it be enough to fold one of these steam carriages? So that puts things into perspective. So, just put a lot down. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down. Bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. It's enough of that molten wax is starting to worry me. Because to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris. That's alright? Some minor corrections to great detectives' great deductions! Of course it's alright. Well, since everything's alright, let's get started then, shall we? This fellow vents her anger. It's just what I need to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tisabels, according with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. And it's time for court's correction! Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! No. I don't read everything correctly. Again. During course correction. Definitely looked in this direction, it's true. But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for £200. Oh, she must pour her heart and soul into making them. They're unique over and above the wax. Me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. Much money, I would. Sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the £200 could have some other significance. Furtive glance again, see if there's anything else that could explain it. Waxwork for sale. Really buy amounts of mass murderers? My pocket. Exactly. You could buy one of those brand new types of steam carriage. Spend it on if I had it, no question. But all the herbs in the world. It's been another explanation for the money. Keep looking. Well, just gentleman, that's alive after all. It's not alive and kicking. Not a waxwork or a model, mass murderer. Take £200 for him. Man's up for sale. There's a silly place to put him. Museum visitors could easily trip. It was put there on purpose either. Ah! What's this? What's that note doing down the wall there? Yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tisabels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. Price for safe return is £200. Have the money ready by noon, 23rd of October. What? But it's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped. It's a ransom note. Exactly.
Take that!
It's a ransom note. Interesting. Bum, bum, no. The difference of that £200 is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so, we just congratulate the criminals on their inventions of looking at waxwork. Arrgh! £2 is it's no small ransom fee. You clearly intend to pay it. The matter in question has special importance, so put together all the money I have. Summary that the £200 you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now let's explore the next curiosity which we are presented. So the waxwork was kidnapped. Where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? We could just ask him when he comes around. Taking the point is this is a nice time to beauty deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. Kelly's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down. Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. Okay, so what's Madame Isabel's trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Just Madame Isabel's right hand, isn't it? Yes, must be. I'm glad you see your left hand after all. Oh, but wait a minute. This is the left hand as well, look. Don't say such groovy things, Iris, please. And it seems very stiff too. In fact, it's really hard. You mean, it's made of wax?
Take that!
This waxwork hand you have. Don't demand such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, if a solid waxwork limb, one could have delivered a very substantial blow. How could you... Protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand. Close inspection reveals that in fact it's a left hand. Ah! Musket as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. So what was my end of the waxwork model? Yeah! Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. With the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try and remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you view the blossoms. Afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. But I could try to take the arm back. The result, the scene we see before us, is not unconscious. We may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. The killer is in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. Ba-na-na-na-na. That is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands. For Shells, the yellow handkerchief is assigned to other policemen that some crimes underway. Speaking of his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's closely guarded for Scotland Yard. That Mr. Shells didn't hesitate to give away.
Well, uncovering secrets isn't any true detective nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from none of suits built for asking Mr. Jones' deduction, as we might not have identified the man quite correctly. It's like this in Japan as well. They're called flat caps, aren't they? Yes, they're hunting caps. Curly said it's called the deer stalker, by the way. Hunting. Stalking. The British certainly seemed keen on catching game. So you're a deer stalker. I automatically think of Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, makes me think of Japanese country gentlemen somehow. People from all walks of life wear all different types of hat. So that doesn't really help us. What the? I mean, there's a stuff sticking out of the shoulder where his arm should be. Ah, well, that's all set then. Right, this isn't a real person at all. It's been ripped off from the shoulder down. His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out.
Take that!
The shoulder stub. This is spelled out. To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. No such bonus human walks this earth, but that I can assure you. Where's the man sitting here? The young Sergeant John Clay. Is in fact defying all odds a waxwork model. Remember, it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. You're quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards in the last year. Had to make a model of the man. Let's see, what hallucination could there be? Oh, that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? The old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. Killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known? It's all over the papers last year. Can't say I know what he looks like. Low price though. Free uppance isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas and Mr. Garrett's delightful lodgings, in fact. Taken from such exhibit, is it? Waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Should a good look around again. Just prop up. Repents. It's a far cry from £200, isn't it? Free funds you could buy it and put it on display in your room, you know? You're not going to sleep being watched by an old man if it's all the same to you. Isn't it? I mean, you couldn't even buy the helmet on his head for that much money, I don't think. Price is really far down.
Take that!
This little twitch of his leg, sir. This isn't his in-sleepers, whether or not this old man is waxing, it's the obvious twitch! Realistic walkers do not exhibit a twitch. I do not. It's the spell, man. It's in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard! At least, it's just your choice that I just done. Well, Madame Tussauds? Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. Really fatigued. Starting to sleep. And then, what's this talking about? Showing a price of 3 pence. The price tag of the muffler. It's your Bobby Cross purchased recently in the local market. Soon you've observed a scarf tied around his arm. Well, thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. Secret sign has been detected to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course. As you know, there has been just such a criminal activity happening here. From the very beginning, Detective. It seemed that we finally arrived at truth. But especially with the skeleton from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. You are already investigating. The model's whereabouts remain a mystery. So look, Sholmes, great deduction. This horrifying puzzle.
Elementary?
All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men, women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. Welcome them all. And if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway, your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe.
It's a pleasure, my dear madame. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. You're a rough customer. I've no doubt he'll regain conscience shortly and return home. Since we more, it's the waxwork for a special display.
Was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically, it was.
Now I'd ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. In as much detail as possible, if you please.
Very well. But after I've told you what I know, I insist that you return to your work.
A great detective could be put to very use, I feel, but as you wish.
More about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. I noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. Prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. I found the ransom note in its place. Broken in during the night and taken it then. Waxwork that was stolen. It's about some horrible criminal, I suppose.
Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact.
A killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The professor.
Would you say Professor Moriarty in that instance? So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems your circle is complete. Sorry?
The professor case happened around the same time I was born, didn't it?
Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago. A series of murders that rocked the capital. Years ago, yes, at exactly the time that Barack von Zieks graduated from university, in fact.
What? Surely he's not saying... It's the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life.
As you surmised. It was the professor case.
Who is this professor then?
Hold on. Oh, I can't examine number 139.
It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. 5 victims were killed. The man was arrested and put to death.
And now he's immortalized here in wax for all London to admire and enjoy. But of course, he happens to be absent on present account of the abduction.
Understand? How is all this related to Lord Van Zieks?
You must understand, my dear fellow. Already said that professor earned some infamy. The victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest.
What do you mean, Hurley?
Those murders were added of Pesach with some of the highest members of British aristocracy, to the nobility, even royalty, sent shockwaves to the country's administration.
Rumors of the... Ah, wait, of course! Sir Harebrain said. From a family with noble blood! Oh gosh!
The victim that led to his arrest, the last of the killer's prey, was a young noble by the name of Clint Van Zieks.
No! I don't believe it! Van Zieks?
I'm sure you can piece together to possess this for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Baroque pursued a career as a prosecutor. Eventually, became the Reaper we know today.
No idea Lord Van Zieks had such a tragic past.
Right, that's all I can say on the matter. the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. Work, but... I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Bum bum. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. It's been too long. It really has. I'm glad to see you, Barak. It's been 10 years. And here we are, meeting in a prison of all places. Myself having this harassment. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow, the court will decide. Yes! Of a young Eastern man acting for my defense. Seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barak, are you really... What? Never mind. I know you have my interests at heart. My friend is on trial. Wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barak. Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. Barak Benzik is such a complicated character, and I fucking love him. Dude is just a badass who does things his way. Also, he has one of the best prosecutor themes in the entire goddamn series. Don't even at me. Anyways, next time on the next episode of The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, Trial! We'll be picking back up then. I will see you all then.